Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
I'm broken system, broken trust, and I approve this message.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money.
Mask on. Fuck it, mask on. Mask on. Fuck it, mask on.
What you need is to be choked all the way out until you stop fucking breathing.
Oh, I mean, she sold herself, so.
What are you talking about?
Georgette, who are you talking about?
Is that the person you got assault for on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I already knew the answer. I just wanted you to say it.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Oh, shit. Here we go again is correct. I'm going to give it a hot second to let some people come in here because I am streaming. Rumor has it fucking everywhere today. Oh, let me see. Where are we not streaming today? Streaming. We are on 2 different YouTube channels, TikTok, Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. We are everywhere. Is this the end of the Doofus Crest universe? Possibly. So this was going to be like my first dive into covering the Doofus Crest universe, only to the same day I decided the Doofus Crest universe may have ended, which is interesting. So let me open up a new tab so we can really, really dive into this. So let's go to generally specific. Let me bring him up. Share this tab instead. Bring it up on screen. And here we go. Okay. Yeah, if you're on the vertical on any channel, just look for the regular one. What is Doofus Crest? Well, isn't that the question of the day? Doofus Crest is the Chris Ryder, the Todd Bryant, the Finkel. I'm drawing a blank. Dave Finkel. Sad trombone noises. Basically, any doofus on the internet could technically be part of the Doofus Crest universe, but I think the main stars are generally specific Todd Bryant and for public safety Chris Ryder. But again, if this is true, this will be the last time that I probably cover generally specific. So generally specific, spent the last 2 days talking to an actual therapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever you want to call him. And we're going to watch the last time he interviewed this guy or had him up on panel. I was going to show every single time this guy was on panel, which I think is twice. Try not to sneeze, but at the same time, I don't have time like that. We're starting this stream right now, almost 2 hours in to a 4-hour live stream. I ain't got time like that. So I found in the second stream where this doctor comes up. We're going to watch that. But Todd has changed. His description to this channel will be focused on gaming. No politics, no drama, no nonsense. Please leave your chaos at the door. Wipe your feet on the welcome mat as you enter. Be welcomed. And he deleted all of his videos. He has 2 videos, 2 live streams, 1 State of Decay, and I think the other one was, it says Magic the Gathering, but when I watched him, I think he was playing Left 4 Dead. Good. Oh, yes, the side characters like Tyrants Beware, Finkel, and Garbage Man John. Java Man. Funny story. I have a video coming out on Nathan Ball again tomorrow because let's just say a little birdie emailed me a bunch of his arrests, a bunch of his mug shots, and the fact that he currently has a warrant. Oh, gas, shock. He's literally made a video about me, made a bunch of posts about me over there on the Rebel Studio 2 channel. Good times over there. But yeah, so Todd is essentially out of the game. If Todd is out of the game, I will let him gracefully bow out. I will let that happen. And I will never cover him again unless he says crazy shit or somebody brings him up as if he's a sane person. So yeah, that's that. As usual, got to show the third channel. KFAR's reading the room. We're so close to being monetized. So close, but yet so far away. Planning on doing a stream over there tomorrow. I released a video over there yesterday, which seems to be popping off. Yeah, go subscribe over there if you're in a nerd shit. If somebody can drop that in the old comments or the chat. All right, we are up on the old KFAR cam. We got 1 and 1. Good to go. All right. Now with the shilling out of the way, we are going to watch this stream. So this is a few minutes or a few seconds before Todd lets this Dr. Scrolls guy on panel. If Dr. Scrolls is out there in the universe listening to me, I would love to have a conversation with you because I think this is just fucking hilarious. I'm going to assume that this comment came from the vertical chat. How does it feel to know Indian temples represent wormhole time travel machines and their engineers? Totally true. I have to assume that's from the vertical. Got to assume it. All right, here we go. Like I said, this is going to take place a little bit before, but this is really as like close as I could get. So here we go. You know, it would probably help if it actually started playing.
Somebody like you, as upset as you are.
You see how he's trying to gaslight me right now?
Absolutely.
Very
pointed comments. It's interesting. The only thing I've said
Thank you, Ed.
regarding Dr. Scrolls is I wonder how he perceives his separation from being a professional and how he presents on YouTube. And yet he's calling me an idiot and insinuating that I would somehow prevent him from speaking on panel. His criticism is we're all idiots because we react to words. And I would suggest he's doing exactly the very same thing in the chat.
Yeah. And he's saying that he wants me to keep you guys in check. GGM is usually really polite. Ryder and here, I think he's here. I think it's Ryder and GT. Well, GT usually mutes up until he's ready to talk, but go ahead, Dr. Scrolls.
GT wasn't very problematic.
GT mutes until it's time for him to talk because of the heavy breathing. I think that's the issue.
He obviously listen. You guys just keep insinuating.
There we go.
You're intimating things. You have no idea. You do not know me. And when I was up there earlier, you said I think you are good faith. Seem to be good faith, and then these people come around, and you're like, you just turn on a dime. Where's your balls at? Where are they at?
You want me to give him a tug and go to Ohio and we can talk face to face? Give me your address.
We're gonna touch on this for a hot second because this is just hilarious. So, as you guys know, Erica, how you doing? Salacious, how you doing? Captain Clown, how you doing? So, as you guys know, me and Stone Vet's relationship isn't exactly like we kick it on the weekends. Do I think we would drink together or, smoke together? Sure, probably. But that doesn't mean we're great friends. With that said, Stone Vet warned Dr. Scrolls, I think after the first time he went up there, watch out, don't give them any information. They will try to dox you. They will try to come after your fucking, business, your employment, yada, yada. This is the second time, I believe this happened 2 days ago, Thursday. I think it was Thursday, whatever the 13th was. He went up there and you see Todd already. Oh, let me get your address. We can meet face to face. What does that mean, Todd? Comments like that are why your guns have been taken away, not once, but twice.
Are we not privy to give him new information that maybe perhaps it would entitle him to have a change of opinion? That's absolutely true, but I did not hear any new information. So what about the balls? Well, I actually came on here and provided new information by providing him with an update of what you were stating in the DirectD chat this very evening, sir.
Huh.
So I think that's very inappropriate. I think that's very inappropriate of you to jump to a conclusion. Well, okay. So what did I say that was new information? Just so I can understand. I'm sure you didn't misrepresent me. So what is it that you shared with him? Well, why would you insinuate that I misrepresented you at all? I did not. I said, I'm sure you didn't. Right. So all I did was report the fact that you were openly being critical of GS in the chat.
I am critical of him. Yes. Yes.
Correct.
But you weren't like that when you just accused me of being different than when you were on panel, and it's come to find out you're the duplicitous one. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure. No. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, I understand exactly what you're saying there. No. I was clear when we were talking earlier. I think that there's a problem with how you communicate. I'll tell you right now, I was communicating with Secret Savage, and behind the scenes, certainly, I still didn't even say bad shit about you there, Todd. I didn't even say the same thing. I said, I still think he's an honest person, but I think he's too hot-headed. He's too
emotional,
explosive, doesn't have the ability to hold and reserve his opinions, and he's very speculative, and those things I don't like. And that's the same thing.
Yes, Todd has never met a conspiracy theory, and he did not like. I don't particularly think Todd is a outright honest person. I mean, after all, he has straight up called me a pedophile, which is slanderous at minimum. But yeah, I don't find him exactly trustworthy. He's made the same comments about several other people. When he was in the wrong, he wanted his internet friends to stick up for him. And it's like, I don't do that. So thanks. Pass on that. Hard pass. And the whole somebody who may be in chat stealing his brand, if you can call that a brand, by giving him previews of his merch before they put it in the merch store, which is a weird flex. But yeah, I don't find him exactly the most honest person. Jules the Agent 3932. I believe this is from the 13th. Yeah, 8/13/2026.
I told you earlier. I'm true 100% around.
I do have a question for you. So what I'm struggling with, and I believe others are as well, is you're fully entitled to be on YouTube and whatnot, and you're also you have your own medical profession, which is fantastic. Do you feel that the lines are somewhat being blurred with your YouTube persona and your medical profession? Like, do you feel that they're separate? Do you feel that they're the same thing? I'm very curious on your opinion.
Okay, so the only people who continue to talk about my profession is everyone else. Now I'll offer up my education as a way to help, bring some enrichment to people's channels, but I'm certainly not practicing in any way, shape, or form here, and I do not think it's blurring the lines. This is my private life, and I am a doctor.
Can I just pause real quick and respectfully, Mr. Mimsy, if you're willing to share, what is your profession, sir?
Yeah, well, I was in pharmacy.
Okay, so you weren't a lord. I mean, technically. So why doesn't it say pharmacist Mimsy? JGM, I know you don't want to share what your profession is, but why are you GJM in your private persona here, and you don't put doctor in front of your name on a YouTube channel? So you're putting doctor in front of your...
I don't believe someone's profession defines who they are as a person.
All right, fair enough. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is you're saying the only person who's talking about your profession is us. You literally have doctor in your name.
Stop, and let me respond. A pharmacist who is a board certified licensed pharmacist is also a doctor. When we walk into rooms with them, we shake their hand, we say doctor. Doctor means teacher, has nothing to do with my profession. About 17 different PhDs offered at many universities consider and use the term doctor, and are every single person in the entire fucking world can call themselves a doctor. The fact that you think calling myself a doctor because I am one is me bringing my profession into it is you guys. My friend, Christopher Ruff, stop. My friend, Christopher Ruff, said that I'm a clinical psychologist. I have confirmed because I don't lie to people. But no, you're wrong. It's a misunderstanding.
Sir, if I may be so kind, thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you of the fact that you were brought on to Savage Secrets panel for your professional opinion to speak on the Line 1 incident, sir. And
That's
you were
wrong.
No,
Go listen to it. I didn't speak on any incident.
Did they not advertise what your profession was?
Did I speak on an incident?
Did the panelists, did the panel host not advertise to our audience what your profession was?
Okay, my profession is always my profession, and no matter what, I can represent myself as my profession. Right. However, what you're saying is that I was giving my professional opinion about a specific circumstance, and that I did not do. There was no opinion.
Specifically framing the questions towards you, given your expertise in the field.
Yeah.
They're asking me general questions about whether I think it's appropriate.
Would that be speculation? Are you speculating, or are you speaking from experience because of your profession?
Do you not find that would be bizarre? Like, would they ask a janitor what his medical questions are?
What? What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you were there specifically for your profession. They were having you on as if to validate their point of view, given what your profession is, sir. And I think that's very very vague of you that you do not basically connect it. What is an obvious fact here?
It is not. Listen, my profession is a clinical psychologist. I treat patients in a clinic and in a hospital. And I do, and me offering an educated opinion about yahoos on the internet who are speculating about somebody's death and whether it was a homicide or a suicide. It is not me operating outside, or it's not me doing anything regarding my profession by stating I think it's sick and disgusting for people to openly speculate about these things, which I've said repeatedly and even discussed it and confronted Todd about it here tonight.
To my knowledge, people in the chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I doubt it. To my knowledge, 2 different police departments or law enforcement agencies have ruled this self-harm, and a doctor has ruled this self-harm. But for some reason, 2 seemingly unemployed high school dropouts are trying to say, I'm smarter than all of those people. It was actually a murder. Let that sink in. That's what we're arguing about right now on the internet.
Okay, so for the record, I don't know if I've reviewed the whole thing because she plays. To be fair, I don't think I've even touched or reviewed it because she plays copyrighted music all the time. So, I'm not going to speak as if I know, but GGM is usually pretty good about understanding a lot of this stuff, and he's pretty thoughtful when he examines it. So you're going to sit here and say right now, definitively, I'm not saying what your intention.
Also, KTZ, just want to point this out. It has also been independently confirmed by the KFAR News Network. So that is 4 agencies, and I believe that last one is much more important than all the rest.
Can you understand that their intention was they found out you're a doctor, that you're a clinical psychologist. They're trying to bring you on as a status symbol to opine about something that is not in your case study. So unless you have case study and a note and notes about your patients, you're just fucking speculating too.
What are you talking? No.
Yes.
If people say, listen, if somebody is asking me why I think it's sick and disgusting for people to speculate about whether somebody committed a homicide or a suicide and they're cycling with it on the internet, that is not me practicing psychology.
Okay,
That's me offering my professional opinion.
Yes, no one said otherwise. You're speculating. And the reason why I'm...
No, I think people going around the internet intentionally lying about someone because you did something, were lazy about it, and then got beat up at a fire, like at a, what am I looking for? A fire pit. I think that's kind of gross for you to be like, they beat me up, I have to lie about them on the internet. I think that's disgusting. That's not a professional opinion. That's not an educated opinion. That's not a speculation. That's just common sense, which I had a conversation with somebody just yesterday about how in 2026, common sense is an uncool thing to have.
saying you're speculating based on...
It's an opinion.
Okay. Well, so is everyone else's fucking opinion.
It's not a speculation.
How do you get... No, hold up. Respectfully, how do you get an opinion and nobody else did? This is the reason why I examined you. You threw out...
Get your opinion.
You threw out...
Todd did not examine the doctor. An examination would kind of... What's my thought that I'm going with here? Him claiming to examine a doctor would mean that Todd's opinion or means of examination were educated, a professional, or at least worthwhile. And that's just not the case. That's like an ant looking at a lion and going, I'm going to, I'm going to look at how this. No, it doesn't fucking matter.
2 different drugs. And I'm like,
I did not. You did not let me say what I was trying to say to you.
Hold
on.
Let me finish my point. Yeah, and I promise you, no one's going to interrupt you until you're done. Okay. I promise. And if they do, I'll put them in the basement. Okay? I'd rather not. So everyone just mute the fuck up until he's done. I'm going to say, you brought up 2 drugs, and you brought up two pathologies, i.e. PTSD, if I'm remembering correctly. And I got a bad memory, so forgive me. But you brought up 2...
Innocent auditor, I actually brought this up. If Todd, this might be the last time I ever cover Todd. If Todd continues, he's done 2 streams since he quit. And in both of those streams, I saw people trying to bring it up in the chat, and he didn't really buy into it. He's played 2 video games. If he continues on this track, I will not say another word about Todd unless, I believe I said at the beginning, unless somebody tries to bring him up as like a truthful or like a witness on morality. If that's the case, I'll bring him up again. But if he stays the course and quits lying on the internet, I will never cover him again. NCR News Network, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Sniping, muhaha. How you doing? How you doing?
Like 2 particular drugs that somebody could be on, and then you brought up 2 pathologies like PTSD and OCD, which I don't know if OCD is a pathology or an ailment. I don't know because I'm not a clinical anything.
So why are you talking about it?
I asked you specifically, do you have inside knowledge that the person was on one of those 2 drugs or was suffering from one of those 2 maladies? And you said no. So my question to you would be, how are you not speculating too? So feel free to explain that to me.
Yeah. So the reason I wasn't speculating and the reason nothing that I did was speculating is because I was trying to give you education about specifically why what you're doing is a speculation. And I was trying to explain to you that from a clinical perspective, there's a lot of reasons that somebody would feel better on the same day that they engage in the act of unaliving themselves.
Sure.
And so I was trying to explain from a clinical perspective a whole bunch of stuff that you guys didn't care about, and you kept running with it. One of those things is the medication.
Respectfully, you keep. How do you know what I care about? I very much care about all of that.
Because you kept cutting me off, and I was trying to explain it to you.
Well, respectfully, sir, and I'm not, and I do apologize because I'm going against what I said I was going to do, and I genuinely do apologize. But you
it's okay.
You keep building this effigy and burning it and saying I'm guilty of something. I am very much interested. That's why I'm asking you, did you have inside knowledge? You're saying these are entailments of potential pathologies or potential examples or explanations of an aggregate of an average, not that this particular person suffered from this particular thing. But I need you to understand something. From an average layperson listening to someone with the title doctor and other people saying, yes, clinical psychologist, especially when you're in a chat where like Direct D is, and Direct D carries a certain amount of gravitas. So when he says clinical psychiatrist, his minions believe that you are of that valued profession. I also think that you are of a valued profession. However, you don't understand the entailment of you mentioning these 2 drugs and these 2 maladies and associating it with an event that happened on 5/30/2025 can implant in people's minds that she was suffering from these things when you have no fucking earthly comprehension or understanding or ideation that she was suffering from any of that. But what you're doing is you're implanting a narrative, and you don't even, either you're not aware of doing it.
All right, so let's just break this down for a second. He's giving his opinion as someone who is educated on the topic. I'm trying to think of, let's just say, if somebody asks me, oh, what's the best way to fingerprint somebody? Me having experienced fingerprinting someone, I would have a much better chance of giving you an example of the best way to do something than Todd, who has never done it. And in this situation, Todd is arguing with a doctor who has experience or education in said topic. He's trying to argue with him about that. And it's just like, Coded, I have dealt with so much shit in the last 5 years on YouTube. It takes a ton to even bother me at this point. Yeah. And I meant to talk about this earlier because I put it on screen and never brought it up. Ed, in less than a month, the videos will be back up, but I hope not. Me too. I think some people, I don't want to say some people are built for it, because I don't think anybody's built for the internet. I think the internet is toxic. I think it's just a bad thing overall. But some people are just better at dealing with it than others. I don't think Todd is built very well for this. Right off the bat, we turn this on. He's like, Dr. Scholes, I'll drive. I think he said to like Ohio. I'll drive to Ohio. We can talk about this face to face. Give me your address. That's not shit a normal person would say while live streaming. Especially live streaming in a debate / conversation setting. And it's not like this is the first time Todd's ever done it. Todd's done it multiple times with multiple different people. And then made friends with said people he's made those comments to. It's a weird thing. I don't think it's healthy for him. So if he stays off, terrific. I'd be proud of you. But I believe he's tried something similar to this before and ended up coming back. I think unfortunately, once his views kind of dry up, because like right now, I can count, let's see here, 1, 2, 3. I think 3 people actually in this chat that we can see on screen don't like Todd. So I feel like as soon as Todd stops talking about this stuff, those people are going to leave. I think he was streaming to like 16 people earlier today, gaming. I don't think it's going to be able to sustain 60 to 100 people. Because you even saw once he started stabbing people in the back, his subscribers, his viewers cut in half for like his live streams. So yeah, we shall see. We shall see.
Or I'm cautioning you to stop doing that. Please.
No, I will do it. I will literally educate you about.
Okay.
About suicide.
I'm going to mute up. I'm going to mute up.
Okay. I will literally educate you about this topic of suicide every single time you try to bring it up. I will directly explain to you these exact things. And it is not about this case. I don't know about this case, don't care about this case. None of it matters. In fact, this channel is the only channel that played that clip to me. It's the only time I've ever heard anything about it. It's the only one that showed me that, and I tried to explain it to you. But the reason, if at all, anyone would take away the wrong impression, it was because you and Ryder kept stating over top of my objection that I am not saying that. Every single SSRI and Wellbutrin,
Also, I want to point out that somebody in chat is literally named Rabbit's Hog. Has anyone seen me? I'm stuck in a phone. Apparently, Todd got a dick pic of Rabbit. I'll let you guys do with that information what you will. But as I'm looking in his chat right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people in the chat on screen right now don't like Todd and are only there to fuck with him because of this. So once those 5 people go away, he's looking at almost 10 people. I don't think that's a good thing. D-Man, who's talking? Dr. Scrolls. It's going to be the bottom left, the green D, if you will. Todd, I believe, it is what it is. I believe he stole this from Bao, where Bao runs where you can see the screen, but you can also see him like twice. But he normally has one screen as a different picture. I believe he got this from Bao, and that's how he runs, but it just makes things more complicated and hard to figure out.
Very much causes a black box warning to be put on it because of the increased risk of suicidality. Me telling you that there's a black label on those medications because they generate increased suicidal ideation and increased suicidal execution in individuals is information to tell you that things that make people feel better often cause people to hurt themselves. And it's quite contrary to what people normally think. It's quite contrary to what the average person thinks about suicide. So educating you guys to say, hey, let's not pretend we can intimate any information from this. We can't infer anything. So when I say those things to you, it just goes over your heads, right? And so it's a general education that, yes, I will stand behind. It's a valid clinical doctrine, and it is not me practicing over the internet because I could write a book about it. Every single person in the country could read it, and it would be positive, important information. There, you can respond now. Hopefully you understand what I was saying.
I have some questions.
Oh, God.
If I may.
Sure.
So overall, we've been made to understand that this young woman was having frequent mental health episodes and mental health challenges towards the ending of her life. I think we can all agree on that, right? Yes.
I think I don't know specifically if I don't know if it was. I could say probably. That's what I'm gathering from all of this.
Sure. So, in your opinion, sir, is it common that someone would be left alone with any dangerous hazards, such as a firearm in the home, or left unattended when they are going through suicidal ideations?
Unfortunately, it is pretty common. I would say 100% of the time when somebody is able to do that, it actually occurred. And since it happens pretty frequently, 22 times to vets every single day, I would say that, yeah, it's very frequent that people are left with the tools when they shouldn't be. And that is the problem of my community and why I'm willing to go on here and talk to you guys.
So I'm just gonna, I am not a doctor like Dr. Scrolls here. I keep wanting to say Dr. Scholl's like the foot fucking thing, but Dr. Scrolls. Unfortunately, the tools are the tools. You see this just in, let's just say, terror attacks in general. I know that that's not what they're talking about, but if you want to do something, you are going to find a tool to do said thing with. In the terms of terror attacks, bombs, guns, knives, box trucks, random diseases you can send through the mail, you're going to find a way. Same thing with if you're going to unalive yourself, you're going to find a way. You could jump out your third story window. You could swallow a bunch of pills. You probably have knives in your kitchen at some point. Some people have guns. Some people have crossbows. I'm pretty sure you could do enough damage with a crossbow to off yourself. So GJM trying to say, well, they were left at home with tools to do the job. I could probably find 10 things in my office to do things with. I'm not going to because I don't know. I just love myself too much to do that. But like, yeah, you could probably off yourself with a thing of chapstick if you try hard enough. So this is just them kind of reaching.
I agree with you, actually. And I'm happy you brought that up just because I also, of the same viewpoint, I actually am a...
Yeah, underpants, shoes, pagers. If you want to do something, you're going to find a way.
Licensed assist trainer. I'm not sure if you know what that is. The course that teaches mental health first aid and whatnot. But the reason I wanted to bring that up is because I think this topic is meant to bring awareness and people asking hypothetical questions. It's not for some sort of blood sport. It's because people are trying to understand the topic. People are trying to understand what happens because people react to these events with different emotions. And I think it's really unfortunate that there's a large group of individuals that feel that people asking questions for the betterment of getting an education on the subject, or asking questions because they're processing the unfortunate loss of this person in a different way, is met with such vitriol and hatred, and quite frankly, a lot of legal warfare has started over it. And I
don't know if you guys tend to see Transparency in the chat. It says 3 cult leaders down and counting. What are you trolls going to do? Tennessee Transparency is a cock gobbling troglodyte. He's tried coming at me sideways, and I just told him, like, I'm not the one. I'm not the one. So this guy is a fucking moron.
If you want to know the real actual response that I think is relevant here, I think you're right. It is okay to ask questions. The problem I see, and sorry, I've been running around. If you hear my breath, I haven't been stationary while I've been going through this. The thing that I think is unfortunate is that a lot of these people don't answer a question. The question begets another question that begets an inference. Well, those inferences are problematic.
Sure, and you're entitled to your opinion, but
that's exactly my argument about why you're putting those 2 here, 2 drugs, and 2 ailments out there. You're implanting that in people's mind that she suffered from that. Even if you're not saying that, that's what they're going to walk away with. And I mean, that woman is not alive to defend herself or to counteract that. And the person, I believe, who would try to run interference has a vested interest in her being mentally ill.
I don't know that he has a vested interest in her.
Also, I believe it's like documented. I know Secret's watching me on the other one, so feel free to send somebody over to say yay or nay. I believe it was documented of her having some sort of mental illness. So this didn't just come out of left field like, oh no. I believe this was like a documented thing. So Todd trying to say, wow, about the mental illness, you're trying to put that on her for no reason. I believe it doesn't make any sense.
Being mentally ill. But I mean, if somebody's certain, listen.
Wow.
The question is.
Wow.
The question is.
Wow.
What can you actually know with the information that you're throwing around? The thing that I think is sick and disgusting.
Hold on. Pardon me. What information precisely? You mean the fucking 911 call?
That's one thing that.
What's wrong with a 911 call? A record, a public record. What's wrong with me showing a 911 call and analyzing it and listening to what I'm hearing with my own ears?
Listen, the difference between what you do and what a real journalist does, and I'm not saying you even call yourself a real journalist. I don't even know what you call yourself. The difference is you don't have the information to draw a conclusion. You have inference that lead to an inference. Okay.
You're telling me a 911 call is not information?
It's a piece of evidence. It's an inference.
Which evidence is based on information? Come on, bro.
Could we not also state that this would be part of a training exercise as well to help educate ourselves, and that when you do these types of exercises, all viewpoints are welcomed, because we want to understand people's different points of views on dealing with these types of calls and situations?
No, contrary to whatever people try to say, not all viewpoints are valid. Not all viewpoints are valid. Case in point, sovereign citizens. I don't need a driver's license to drive. It's fucking wrong. Your opinion is invalid, so it doesn't matter. This situation. Doctor says this. Law enforcement says this. Everybody agrees that this happened. But no, this random person did this thing. And it's like, no, your opinion doesn't matter. It's invalid.
Yes, but that's not what you guys. That's not what's happened.
What do you mean? You said, hold on. You just said the first time you even heard that one thing was on my channel. Yeah, and then you said you haven't listened to the whole 911 call you're telling me? So all the information that you're making, all these assertions towards us as if we're acting in malice or with forethought and malice and making and misleading people when you yourself haven't even seen the data yet.
I don't. This is the point, right?
Where are you getting your information from, genius? Where?
Why are you asking me that? Like, what
do
is
you
the
mean?
point of
Why
that
would
question?
why would I ask you where you're getting your information from? Because you're making a lot of opinionated assertions and inferences that we're all telling you you're fucking wrong, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about my inference.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
No
That's
idea.
the problem.
The only person who has shown me anything about this case is you. I listened to the phone call between Alicia and Rabbit on your channel. I answered questions to you. The only person
So how do you know? How do you know what I'm doing is disgusting when I'm putting out a 911 call?
That's not because if you don't hear what
am I
saying,
speculating
keep
about?
spiraling.
Specifically, what do you believe I'm speculating about that's wrong for me to speculate? To give your balls a tug, Doc.
You're ridiculous. I definitely have some, and I've proved it by sitting here communicating with you guys every single time. Listen, it's very simple. It's very, very simple. The information that you draw conclusions from is very specious. It's horrible that somebody would openly, with a bunch of full-throated weight behind it, say that they know something for sure. As you hear Chris Ryder saying, I proved it all the time.
Then take it up with Chris Ryder. His words are his words, sir.
I'm saying you're doing the same thing.
You know what?
Okay, I was just about to say that. He's not saying Chris is claiming these things. He's saying you're doing exactly what Chris does. Oh, this evidence, I've proved it, while proving absolutely nothing. Trust me, bro, is not proof. Throwing that out there. That should be fucking common sense. Again, common sense is a fleeting thing in 2026. That's what he's saying. And now Todd is about to lose his shit because he's Todd.
But I'm gonna hold. You know what? I'm gonna hold you responsible for every fucking retarded thing that your fucking muppetry and your little section of the internet comes up with. Dude, I'm gonna hold you personally responsible. I got a friend in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm gonna go visit him here pretty soon. You want me to make a stop? We can sit down and have a fucking coffee. You could test my fucking nuts, and I could test your fucking nuts. You want? Would you like to arrange a professional fucking meeting?
Not a professional meeting.
Would you like to arrange a meeting with me? Yes or no? I can make a special trip if it's not too far out of the way. No, you're the one fucking asking me where my nuts are. I'm telling you where they are, buddy.
Oh, well, you wouldn't find me in Ohio. So enjoy.
I'd like to kind of stay on topic with some of this questioning, and
that's GJM fucking wrangling cats, bringing Todd back to the conversation. Also, Todd, you're the one who told him to give his nuts a tug, and then you're like, "Oh, you're questioning my nuts. We can meet up face to face." And also, that's not a professional interview. I don't know what Todd would technically be considered professionally, but that wouldn't be a professional sit-down conversation. We know what that was from Todd. We know.
I'm a little thrown off, Doctor, because I would believe in your medical opinion that you would believe that listening to these types of calls would be educational and helpful in allowing people to process what their different either personal perspectives, what their own personal judgments are, and it can be done in a therapeutic way to create understanding. And I don't feel that anybody's kind of specifically with, and I'll admit I have not heard every single person say their opinions with you and whatnot, but I do know that this evening no one has actually said that anything is a fact. It's more people are unpacking and digesting the information in a way where they're expressing themselves, they're trying to learn and listen from each other. And I feel that's what's happening. That's what I've participated in. And I face nothing but absolute slander, vitriol, people trying to come after my family, people making threats on my very young children. And I don't know if it's because YouTube should be the place for it, but I truly do believe that the whole point of the 911 calls coming out is because people do have questions, and whether anything.
How to word this properly? Because GJM has never necessarily come at me sideways. He's been on panel with people who came at me sideways, but it's hard to say this is a learning moment when the people educated enough to actually do the teaching are being ignored by high school dropouts. And that's not taking shots at high school dropouts. That's my issue with this. He's saying, oh, it should be a learning experience. Everybody's asking questions. No, not everybody's asking questions. This very, very, very 10 people group is asking questions because they're pissed off at another party. That's my opinion on the matter. So it's not like you're asking questions. You're trying to intentionally show something in a bad light and then go, well, we're just asking questions. That's Todd's thing, right? We're just asking questions.
Happened. That's not what the police report is stating. That's one thing, but I do think it's appropriate where people should be able to unpack what's happened in order to process that and in order to kind of come to terms with what's happened. So I don't think it's right that people come in with insults or digs or saying that people are making disgusting comments, because from what I've seen is people asking questions and people process.
I don't know if Rabbit is over there on Secret's panel, but like, this is my thoughts on the matter. The disgusting comments come when people like, I forgot who it was, Chris or Todd, who kind of inferred that Rabbit like did inappropriate things to his wife after death. Some would call that fucking disgusting, yet they have openly said that shit on panel. Again, it's common sense to look at what they're doing, hear the comments they're making, and in the context that they're making them, and go, that's fucking gross. So I don't know why GJM is saying this.
Saying, is this normal on a 911 call? Is this different? What does this mean? How does this? This is what this sounded like to me. If anything, it's creating awareness and spreading education, in my opinion, Doctor.
It's spreading awareness that some people on the internet are fucking nuts. Namely, the guy who's threatened not once but twice to drive to a different state to meet someone face to face, to tug on their nuts or to get on the mat to feel their calloused hands or whatever he likes to claim.
I would say that there's a place for that, and that's fine, and that's not what I'm referring to at all. But I know that there is speculation because while I was on the call with them, they were trying to force feed me their speculation. So I literally don't know, and I don't care to figure it out. Right? I don't want to know all of this information. I'm not invested in it, but it's the speculation.
Can I steel man you?
Yeah.
Let me try to steel man. Correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, and again, full disclosure, I've not seen the interview. I've not seen their interaction with you. I'm not seeing whether they were trying to co-opt you or coerce you, or you're telling me right here, right now, that they as well were trying to manipulate you to an extent.
No.
With speculation. Did you call them out for speculating?
They didn't ask me any specific questions. No,
that's not what I said. You just said that they also were speculating. I'm asking you, did you call them out for speculating on the call, during the call?
I was talking about the call with you and Chris, right?
Oh, okay. But what about with them? Were they speculating anything?
No, I would say if you go back and listen to it, Secret was doing a very good job of making it generally about suicide overall. There may have been a few times where they pointed to details, but I would say something like, okay, well, I think a better way to reframe that question is this way. So like, no, I would say on their channel,
okay,
in my honest opinion, they did a much better job not speculating.
Okay, well, we had the sushi side hotline up there, and I'd prefer you use different words for it. So here's an interesting here's an interesting turn of a fate. Let me ask you a question. If just say if hypothetically, if you, sir, were being accused by, I don't know, half of a group of people on the internet for unaliving your wife, but you swear up and down you didn't. And then all of a sudden you're behind the scenes in a StreamYards. By the way, that's Billy Barthel's StreamYards that you were up on the call. When you were appearing, that's his. He runs it. He produces it. So he was likely in the basement where you couldn't see him, bringing up comments and steering and puppeteering the whole thing. Let's say you had a StreamYards and you had this woman who's a hospice nurse and she wanted to talk about the dangers of sushi side and what to look out for and all the this is for educational purposes. But it also benefited you, sir, because people were saying you unalived your wife. But you wanted her to talk about this event and then bring.
All right, let me break this down because this is fucking nuts. At Todd's. See, this is the problem with Todd and Chris. They see a situation. They see a situation that common sense tells you this is the line of thought. This is the logic train. And then they're like, actually, no, it actually went this way. I see it. Like I said, he's never seen a conspiracy that he didn't like. A man's wife unalived herself. Somebody wants to do a stream about the signs, the dangers, blah, 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 of trying to do that. Yeah, I would probably want that on my channel. What kind of logic is that? Oh, it makes him look good. Or he's mourning because his wife did this thing and he wants to make sure because that event was so traumatizing, no one else has to go through that. That makes more sense to me. But Chris and Todd are going to see it in a completely different light. We all look at the same situation and him, their little cult of, like I said, 10 people see it something completely different because they have a vested interest in seeing it that way.
Bring up doctors, clinical psychiatrists that would talk about the dangers of it and how it's best to not speculate things, yada, yada, yada. Who would it benefit? For people to think, oh, it was sushi side, it wasn't unaliving.
Well, yeah. So
the potentially accused.
This would be like if, okay, so I think I've known like a handful of people from the military that I served with that unalived themselves. That would be like me, if I was best friends with one of these people, having people on the internet say, XYZ, these are the signs. This is a very traumatic event, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that's what you would want to push. Who would that help? Fucking everyone. But Todd's like, no, it was actually murder, and this is just making it look better for him. The Dr. Scrolzetti arc of Doofus Crest has been great. Dude swooped in and broke Toddster in half. I genuinely think that the two interviews, the hours and hours that Todd spent with his doctor, may have broken Todd to the point where he's now semi-normal, where he seems to have quit the dumb shit. Now he's just streaming video games. So hopefully he can stay on that path.
So the one who's under investigation, right?
Well, that's what I mean about speculation. No.
I'm asking you a hypothetical question. Do you not? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Doc? All right, Twiggy must go. There we go. Twiggy's got to go for 24 hours. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Doc?
If you guys are thinking that this is a random question from Todd, what if you didn't eat breakfast? This is his way of just saying dumb shit. Todd likes to speak in hypotheticals and what ifs, and then gets mad when you're like, well, I don't want to play that game because it's stupid. And then he hits you with, what if you didn't eat breakfast?
No, I understand your hypothetical.
No, can you answer the question?
It's not a hypothetical.
Can you please answer the question?
I did not have breakfast because I was talking with you.
Wow, dude. You're not able to engage a hypothetical. How would you feel if you did not have breakfast this morning? The normal answer would be, I guess I would feel hungry. But you're like, well, I didn't because I was engaged with you. You're a Muppet, dude. All right, go ahead, man. I'm sorry. I think I'm done. I think I've heard enough. You're not prepared. You're not prepared to debate me, bro. You're not even prepared to have an intellectual conversation.
Every time I've seen Todd debate someone, he gets his ass handed to him. To the point where he tried to leave his little drama sphere and go into the debate community and lost his shit like the first debate. That's how bad this guy is at debating. Where the only way he can make sense is through hypothetical questions. But, hey, guys, but what about if you didn't eat breakfast, you know?
Your rigor is non-existent. Go ahead.
You think that okay, what philosophical school gives you the intellectual insight to guess about all these things. Like, because somebody didn't do something, they must have meant this.
Objection, speculation. You're speculating that I'm guessing.
Well, you did. You just did.
What did I guess? What specifically did I guess?
You're acting like you're engaging in a conversation.
What specifically did I guess? What specifically did I just guess?
Do you want to hear my answer, or do you want to keep interrupting?
I keep asking you the same question, and you're gish galloping and saying everything but my answer, sir.
There's nothing to answer to that. Your entire frame.
If you guys notice, Todd uses certain words, gish galloping or whatever the fuck he said. Those are words he finds on his, word of the day toilet paper while he's taking his morning shit, and then he just says that one word 14,000 times in one stream.
It's speculation. The whole frame.
You just made a claim. I'm asking you to substantiate your claim, and you're saying there's nothing there. You're right. You're a nonsense machine.
What is
you just said that I speculated.
What is a hypothetical? It is speculation, pointless.
No, it's literally hypothetical. Speculation is speculation. Hypothetical is hypothetical.
Why don't you look that philosophy up, genius, before you argue with me?
Okay, go ahead. Educate me then.
A hypothetical is something that didn't happen. So if you put that frame into something, that is pure speculation. How do you not get that?
Well, okay, we'll play your game, dude. We'll play your game.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's play.
I'd like to ask a couple other questions, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
And I appreciate, Doctor, that we're having a cordial conversation. I know some other conversations you might not have been a fan of how they played out or whatnot, but I can assure you that we're not coming at you in bad faith. And a lot of the topic matter is emotional, right? So it can provoke people's emotions, and it's a sensitive topic as well. I think you'd agree with that.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Lucian Darkwolf sent the Unk Alert for 440 joules. I appreciate that. Stone Vet, as a reminder, this is a 57-year-old doofus in his basement getting mind fucked while drunk and yelling at his computer. He's 57? So he really is old man yelling at the sky. Drunk old man yelling at the sky. That's fucking nuts.
Yes, absolutely. And it's okay if people get it.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you saying that, because I think it's important to kind of convey and relay that to the audience that are listening so they get a better understanding of that. I would like to ask some questions about your thoughts on Direct D, for example.
Before we get into that, can we
sure.
Mind? All right. So according to the dictionary, the speculation is the forming of a theory or conjecture without firm evidence. A 911 call is fucking firm evidence. Okay, first off, so there's no speculation or conjecture there. Hypothetical of, based on, or serving as a hypothesis. How is that even remotely the fucking same thing?
Okay, you ready?
What's a hypothesis? A supposition or a proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
What's a synonym for supposition? I bet you it's
presupposing. Yes, you're supposing something.
Oh, okay. So yes. So the
but it's way different, dude. You're saying
what limited evidence for his question of how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? What limited evidence do you have of that? This is the shit that I don't understand about Todd. I'm really trying to take a page out of Stone Vet's book, which is why I don't stream Todd all the time. Stone Vet, if I'm interpreting this the wrong way, you just want to laugh at these people. And I'm trying very, very, very hard to just keep laughing at these people. Because I just need to keep laughing. I'm not trying to fix Todd. I'm not trying to correct Todd. I'm just trying to laugh at him. I think he's beyond help, so I'm just trying to laugh. But sometimes it does make me angry because I'm like, I can't believe somebody that old is that fucking stupid.
You're saying a speculation is with next to no evidence or very limited evidence. What is a 911 call?
Speculation.
What is a 911 call, sir?
You're not evaluating the 911 call. You're evaluating what you think the 911 call means, and that's a different thing. And so when you jump to a conclusion that I know this because of my speculation
Who the
from this phone
fuck
call,
made a fucking knowledge claim? You fucking muppet. If your issue is with Chris Ryder, kindly fucking take it up with Chris Ryder. Stop infuriating me, you fucking retard. Holy shit, dude. How many fuck, dude, if you got a hard on and you want to fuck Direct D in the ass and you want to fuck Chris Ryder in the ass because you really want to get pounded by fucking dudes, go fucking.
Isn't Todd the one who said he was going to hold Chris down and like fuck him or something? But then he's over here like, oh, if you want to get, it's like, no, Todd, no. This is a 57-year-old, 5'2" man yelling at the sky, being a keyboard warrior from his wife's basement.
Have your little grinder fantasy, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? I've not made any fucking knowledge claims. I have not made any knowledge claims, you fucking retard. I'm analyzing the fucking evidence, dude. What do you think investigators do? Genius.
You're not an investigator.
Am I not allowed to fucking investigate? But you're over here telling me I've made knowledge fucking claims? You keep fucking strawmanning me and saying, see what you're doing? Fuck all the way off, retard. You should lose your fucking license because you're a fucking moron. That's my opinion. Am I?
So because Stone Vet's in chat, which I've been watching most of this, I've been watching on Stone Vet's channel. With that said, you made mention to don't give these people your information because they'll come for your job, they'll dox you, yada yada. We've seen him twice say, "I'll drive to Ohio. We can have this conversation face to face." And now he's saying, oh, you should lose your license because he's disagreeing with Todd on the internet. This guy should lose his career as a doctor because he's correcting and trying to educate Todd Bryan on the internet. How dare he?
Entitled to it, genius?
Of course.
Fuck your dumb as fucking dog shit. Holy shit, dude. You're fucking insufferable, dude. You fucking are insufferable. You're a child. You're a fucking child just like Direct D, dude. Did you survive Tide Pod Challenge or something? Is that why you're fucking restarted? Were you one of the survivors of the Tide Pod Challenge? You gotta be a fucking, you're definitely a millennial, dude. You're definitely a fucking millennial. You're part of the lost fucking generation, aren't you? Fucking A, dude. You're fucking insane.
You would think Todd getting his ass beat for being an idiot would have fixed him, but he doubled down on stupidity.
Insane, bro. All right, I'm have fun with this fucking muppet. I'm fucking done with this guy for a while.
I'm gonna go play Magic the Gathering.
I need to decompress.
Let me clarify my position, GJM, before or Lord Mincy. Like, I want to be clear. It's a hypothetical.
Old Squishy Gardner. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just going to warn you now. This is probably not your cup of tea. This is a moron that I've been covering for quite some time, arguing with a doctor. I believe he's a high school dropout who's never accomplished anything, arguing with a doctor and wanting the doctor to lose his career because he's disagreeing with him on the internet. So yeah, that's where we're at with this. That's where we're at with this live stream. And unfortunately, as the timestamp says, we are 1 hour and 55 minutes into a 4 hour and 36-minute live stream. I'm just waiting for Chris to get on panel because Chris makes everything worse.
The only person asking hypotheticals to me are you, Todd, and Chris Ryder. I don't think you're a liar, and I don't think you have the intent to lie. And I think you're, in that regard, I don't think you're as scummy as those people. Now, where you are failing to see that there's speculation occurring is that you're suggesting that from the 911 call, we can infer somebody's intent. You have suggested that many times. You say, well, wouldn't this make it more helpful for them? That's all speculation, and I don't do that. I don't do it. And the reason you guys keep getting so upset is because you want me to do that. The reason Secret didn't get upset with me is because they did not try to put me in hypotheticals. That's all. That's the reason. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I am curious. So what part of the commentary you made a comment before saying that they were disgusting comments? I'm curious. I kind of looking for more clarification on what you mean by that specifically.
Okay, so if you want me to dig in, this is going to include actual details of the actual scenario. It's not my, it's not a mental health position or a therapeutic inference. It's not any of those things. Okay, specifically, Rabbit was. These are the facts as presented to me by GS. That Rabbit had been discovered by his late partner, his late wife. They were married, I think, is what I heard. He was discovered by his late wife having an online persona on FetLife. And for the conversation, I accept that. And and the speculation comes from that it is a higher probability that this was a third party committing the act instead of the first party committing the act, because he would be angered and fearful. And I would say
Jonathan Wagner sent an Unk Alert for 440 joules, which is such an odd number. I appreciate it. I just want to break this down. Anytime you make the claim or infer, or what's that word Todd always uses? I don't fucking remember. Anytime you do that in regards to somebody having sexual relations with their recently deceased partner, I think that's fucking gross. I mean, I normally don't kink shame, but that might be where I draw the line, because that's fucking gross.
Absolutely that a rational, reasonable human being who takes in those facts might make that conclusion. However, if there is a court case or a detective who falls victim to such specious evidence and continues to speculate on it, it will result in one of those sham trials again that puts somebody behind bars because of such specious evidence. And that was you, GS, that was talking about that. It was not Ryder. I'm the voice of reason to you to tell you, maybe you can have that opinion, but if you're publicly speculating on it, it might be wise to step back and to create more room for doubt for the people watching your show, just as you are accusing me of not doing that.
Thank you for saying that. I just wanted to clarify, though,
Chris,
is that
what's up?
specifically like what you just stated? That's what you found was disgusting.
I find that behavior online to be sick and disgusting. It'll perpetuate a false and irrational hope amongst family members. There's no comment about the family getting private investigators to try to resolve this. It is the vicious hope cycle.
Are you speculating?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's what that does. That's what that does to people.
So I am curious then. So the more higher profile court cases where people in the public opinion speculate on it, there's editorials in the newspaper. I think about I'm not sure how old you are. I am a millennial myself, so I remember being a kid when the O.J. Simpson trial was going on.
This is one of those things where, again, to my knowledge, 2 independent law enforcement agencies were like, yeah, it wasn't murder. The medical examiner, again, to my knowledge, also said, yeah, it's not murder. That's a giant difference where I'm pretty sure every law enforcement agency, the medical examiner was like, yeah, OJ probably unalived his wife. Cases could not be more different. And I just don't like how GJM is, I don't want to say acting, but it's just like you're trying to help Todd and it's just not working.
Is that sick and disgusting when people are having a difference of opinion? And I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm actually just generally curious what your opinion is.
Yeah, so I would say that that's a really good example. So we know that OJ was acquitted by a jury, and then he was found guilty in a civil case, specifically regarding the wrongful death of. Oh man, I also actually am a millennial, but I'm one of the older millennials.
Same.
And so I remember this case live when it occurred. Goldberg, I don't remember the man.
There was a man and a woman.
Yes, yeah.
I just have to come to terms with I'm a younger millennial. Yikes.
And so this did perpetuate it. So like a good analog would be the book that OJ wrote, If I Were the Killer, right? And thankfully the family was able to take ownership of that book because of the civil case, and they changed it. They made the little
that
tiny
sounds like a hypothetical or a speculation. You should criticize that.
So yes, if I may, I am curious on your take there as well, Doctor.
I mean, he's hypothesizing and he's speculating, and you're saying there's valuable information in that. Huh.
That was written by O.J. Simpson himself.
Right.
Correct.
So interesting. But a journal written by the woman who's no longer with us is unimportant.
I don't know what are you
furthermore,
talking about?
You know what I think, Dr. Scrolls? I think you're fishing. I think you're fishing for information about who may or may not be opposed or for this in the family, and you're going to get absolutely fucking nothing. I think you're working for Billy Barthel. I think you are working directly with him and for him, and you might even be crowdfunding his lawfare against me.
Well,
because you're low-key fucking threatening me again, you son of a bitch.
How am I threatening you?
You don't fucking even. I'm gonna gently fucking encourage you to maintain. Motherfucker, I said innocent until proven guilty. I don't know how many times, right from the fucking get-go. And for 6 months, that motherfucker was on my fucking panel, fucking telling his fucking narrative and telling his story, sending me information to put out to the greater audience. So fuck you. Where were you, cocksucker? Where the fuck were you? Yeah,
I wasn't.
You see how this little man, just the smallest little bit of like, hey, just to help you out, just so you know, maybe you shouldn't be talking fuck shit. And then he's like, you're now in the conspiracy against the greatest veteran of all time, Todd M. for Mester Bryant. You're now in cahoots with the giant cabal coming after Todd. Is it the bagels? Is it the EBT Americans? Todd doesn't know. He just knows that somebody's coming after him. Like, Todd, just take a breath, bro. He's just trying to say, maybe a case that's seemingly closed, maybe you shouldn't be talking fuck shit. That seems like valid and good advice from a doctor. Just saying. Let the spurg continue.
Where were you? And this is long after the campfire fucking situation. Doc.
Campfire.
When I should have had every reason to tell the fucking piece of shit to go fucking eat a dick and fucking die. If anybody would have a reason to fucking go against that motherfucker, guess who it would be, you fucking piece of shit, you phony. You're a fucking phony, dude. You are a fucking quack. You are 100% a quack. Let me fucking find out what your practice is. Let me fucking find out. Send it to me. If you got this motherfucker's information, I fucking want it.
And this is exactly why you do not let these people get any information. There's a certain little meth gremlin running around the internet going, KFAR encourages creators to hide their identity. Fucking duh. I tell every new creator that will listen, stay anonymous for as long as you can. Todd has threatened to go to Ohio. I don't even know if this guy even fucking lives in Ohio. To go to Ohio twice in this stream. He said that the guy should get his license taken away. And now he's threatening to come to his health office for reasons unknown. And he's asking his audience, if you know where this motherfucker lives, if you know where he lives, you better fucking give me the information. Like, Todd, take a breath. Take a breath. Like, I understand that alcohol does different things to different people. You guys see what alcohol does to me. I get piratey and I just get sleepy. Todd, he hulks out. But the problem with Todd hulking out is that he stays 5'2" and not very intimidating. Yeah, that funny. I thought they didn't dox. Next thing you're going to tell me is Todd is straight. He does sleep in his chair. I'm just saying. He does have Finkel over quite often. Just saying. Just saying.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Todd?
Fuck you. You can ask me a question in court.
Fuck you.
Oh, really? That's you want to do?
And then he calls everybody else litigious, but yet threatens to sue 147,000 people every day. Yeah, he also has 20 years of drinking on you. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I lose left eye function. I do this. I get slightly funny, and then I go to sleep. Like the moment Booze and Body Cam ends, I normally take a shower and go right to bed. Todd just gets fucking angry at the world. Finkel dropping that potato dick.
Do that?
Yeah, I fucking want to do it. Absolutely. Because it sounds to me like you got a lot to fucking lose. You claiming you got multiple children, maybe 4 or 5 children? Well, that's a lot of fucking bread you need to put on a fucking table. Let's lock this shit up in fucking litigious bagel shit, dude. Let's fucking dance, you and me. Let's fucking go. Stop fucking threatening me and start fucking doing it.
How did I threaten you?
Stop fucking threatening me over the internet, you fucking bully. You fuck.
Todd has threatened to sue this person. Threatened to come see him not once, not twice, but 3 times. Wants his license taken away, but Todd is the victim. The greatest veteran alive, Todd M. from Esther Bryant. He's the victim. He's the one getting bullied. This is one of those things where normal people watch this stream and go, Todd, you're literally the person doing that. But no, not to Todd and Chris. Todd and Chris are like, no, we're the victims. We're trying to dox people. We're trying to go visit people in different states, but we're the victims.
Are you punching Downsy? Are you punching Downsy? Huh?
How did I threaten you, Todd? How did I threaten you?
Well, you figure it out, dude. I'll have my Jews contact your Jews. How about that?
Well, see, when you say that, that's where it gets a little messed up.
Oh, that's where. Oh, yeah. Are you tone policing me, Doc? Are you going to tone police me now? I thought this was America. I thought we both raised our right hand and swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States of fucking oy vey? Or America?
Which KTZ, exactly. The guy wants to so desperately be a debate bro. But when you spurg out like this and then threaten somebody multiple times and then you're the victim, that's like the automatic L for a debate.
Would you swear a constitution to Israel? Are you Israel first? Are you an IDF? Did you also serve with the IDF?
No.
Oh, you didn't do your tour in the IDF like G2 did?
I'm not an Israeli citizen.
No, you're not. Oh, you don't have dual citizenship, Doc? Are you sure?
No, absolutely, because my clearance in the United States military at the time would not allow that, so I certainly don't.
Oh, did I scare you?
So I certainly don't.
Now it's the Jews are part of the cabal coming after Todd.
Did your narcissistic ass think...
Oh, hold on. I got to come back.
Did your narcissistic ass think that you got taken off there for a second? Yeah, because you love it. Are you jerking off looking at your little icon and the fucking... Are you like, oh yeah, talk about me? I mean, you low-key, you gave hints about the book you wrote. You said where to find where you were fucking doxxed. You're dying for people to talk about you and find out who and what you are, dude. So stop with this fucking pretend shit, dude. You're a fucking megalomaniac, just like your little fucking Lord and Savior, Direct fucking Restart is. You fucking both are gonna end up in the same fucking prison someday, probably.
Listen, you're inferring threats from me, just like you're inferring the answers to the questions you're asking yourself.
But I thought inferences were dangerous. Am I speculating that you're trying to fucking be litigious with me?
It's speculation. You just said that this guy who's a doctor who I haven't seen any crime being committed, no threats being committed. You're speculating that one day he will end up in jail with DirectD. What logic is that? That's nuts.
Yes, you are. You are speculating. I do not want to.
Oh, you do not want to? Then
No.
stop fucking talking about it then.
I didn't. I don't know where you took that from. I don't know what you're. That's what I asked.
Somebody explain it to the fucking good doctor.
Yeah. If somebody else wants to, go ahead.
Hold on.
This guy's an idiot.
I'd rather more or less keep discussing various topics, like respectfully. I don't want to get involved in any legal turmoil.
Yeah, I'm not
I would be remiss, though. It's tough being in general your specific shoes, doctor, because he faces these daily threats on a daily basis.
I don't remember any time Todd was facing threats outside of Chris Ryder, who he's now butt buddies with. At no point did this doctor threaten him in any way, shape, or form. Todd sees threats behind every leaf. The problem is no one cares about Todd enough to threaten him. Again, outside of Chris Ryder. Weird.
Of people threatening legal action against him and whatnot. And it's hard for him not to take various conversations as potentially going down the road of sort of like illegal ramifications kind of thing. So
Todd literally threatens to sue everyone. So the fact that GJM is again trying to run cover for him is fucking nuts. Drink, Cookie Boy. Okay. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry.
I do want to kind of add more clarity where it might not have intended to sound like any legal warfare or legal threats or whatnot. I just think we need to be mindful.
Yes, he managed to, in his drunken stupor, to piss himself off. Like Mimsy isn't talking. So Mimsy didn't piss him off. Maybe GJM being nice is pissing him off. The doctor's been nice, hasn't raised his voice, hasn't accused Todd of being XYZ, but nope, Todd pissed himself off.
Well, that this person might be a little bit overexposed to those threats, and they might be more hypervigilant in terms of potentially combating those things. And I don't want to diagnose GS or anything like that, but I do think that there could even be.
All right, I think the time is now. If you remember, I'm waiting for Chris to come up. 04 Public Safety says Dr. Quack. Holy shit, this took place at 12:57 a.m. Fuck. So yeah, he has entered chat, so he'll probably come up on stream shortly. See, Tim, for $5, the doctor is the doctor. I don't think he's dumb. I think Stone Vet even mentioned this, that if I were him, I wouldn't have gone up on panel with Todd and Chris because it's Todd and Chris. But he's trying to use logic and common sense with people who genuinely lack all logic and common sense. It's one of those things where like you don't want to get into an argument with a moron. That type of thing.
A PTSD thing associated with just the constant attack, the constant threats that are made upon him online, on his family members and whatnot. And I think for GS that he's trying to,
Also, let this sink in for a second. Todd thinks people finding his son who has disowned him on the internet, he thinks that's a threat. It's not a threat. He thinks that people putting out his daughter's criminal record is threats. It's not. It's a public record, just like the 911 call, Todd. Why he's doing this, who knows, but it's funny, but I wouldn't do it. Yeah, it's great content. It's great content, but I wouldn't do it. I don't even remember the last time I was on panel with Chris. Oh, fuck, it must have been months. You know what? I think the last time I was on panel with Chris, I got him to admit that he beat his ex-girlfriend. I think that's the last time I was on panel with Chris, and then I retired from streaming with Chris.
Have the channel serve as
all right, I'll be right back.
Serve as income for him, for his family. He tries to provide content, but it's constant malice that he faces, and I think that it does take a toll. And I think you would agree with me on that.
I think it's absolutely fair, and that's why I've said to him earlier today when we were having the whole sword and shield conversation, right? I draw a specific difference between what somebody says to me on the internet, the speculations they draw about me on the internet, and actual attacks. I don't view anyone's words that are geared towards criticism as an attack. Now, where I draw the line, and I made it clear because Finkel brought it there in one of his conversations, was things that could actually damage and harm somebody's professional life, which I heard over and over again that this has happened to people in this story. I fully believe that. I don't condone it in any circumstance.
It's our side that's being fucked with, not their side.
I can't hear you, Todd. You're muted.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Okay.
I'm talking to my chat.
I fully understand why he's reacting the way that he is, but I am not doing that. I am not the one threatening those things. If you want to talk shit about me to my face, you want to talk shit about me behind my back, it's totally okay. I put up the money. I supported the channel to have a conversation with Todd. I paid to go watch the video that was behind like 3 tiers of
And
of
why?
his
Because
membership
everyone
so that I
steals
could
my
watch
shit.
it, which is smart for him to do. I even commented how he's smart. He knows how to. He knew I wanted to watch that, and I needed to go back and watch it, and I think it's wise. And I'm not criticizing that specifically. I think he should turn this into a revenue source. And what I've been trying to say to Todd is, in my opinion, what would help him avoid the exposure, because at some points I see him spiraling and putting his neck out there.
Speaking of spiraling, Chris Ryder is spiraling. He says, building my relationship with your wife, Spider Tard. Stop it, Chris. You're literally dating the town bike. Like, know your place. Oh, we've got another Unk Alert for 440 jewels. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think this is... I'm just waiting for Chris to get on panel because I know it's just going to get so much worse because Chris is like genuinely a retard.
He doesn't need to do that. He's not even in a position to do that. And so, I listened to, before coming on here, Todd, I listened to the call that happened after the campfire. And I can hear how defensive you get in things. And I think that it would help for you not to be so defensive. Inferring things and stating them as though
Todd just put the StreamYard link in chat because I need my butt buddy. He's trying to get Chris on panel to take the heat off of himself.
It's a high probability is one thing. But when you guys present me the hypotheticals and the facts, it doesn't sound like you fully believe what you're saying. You absolutely fully believe what you're saying. That's your right. You're allowed to believe whatever you want. You're allowed to state whatever you want.
What am I saying? Specifically, what are you making a claim that I'm saying, and where's the clip?
So in the conversation that I don't do the clips and stuff. Like,
what specifically are you claiming that I've said?
So specifically, I walked through it with GJM a minute ago. The specific thing that bothers me.
That I said.
Yes. What you said was you were presenting me the details that were subtextual outside of the call that we listened to with Alicia. And in those details, the subtextual thing was that he had been caught with the FetLife account, was selling pictures.
She literally has text messages. Those are her text messages to Carney. Those are her text messages to fucking what's his name?
Sure.
These are her text messages, her own words, dude. Her own evidence. This isn't speculation, Muppet.
Right. I'm taking, like, I haven't talked to Rabbit ever, so I'm taking what you're saying to be 100% true.
I've shown it on my channel. Go back and look at it. I've literally put them up there.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me his fucking FetLife fucking profile picture of him, full frontal nudity. Of course, I didn't look below the waist because I'm not a fucking fag. I'm not interested in looking at another man's hog. I didn't want that. I didn't want anyone to send it, just like I didn't want the fucking bloody mattress picture that's sitting right over there that I sent over to my lawyer. I didn't ask for that either. Guess who sent it to me? Fucking Billy.
Okay.
I don't think your lawyer cares. I just don't. And it seems like GS is trying to get litigious on somebody.
I'm not. I am taking what you said to be true.
This, dude. I'm getting really tired of this shit.
I'm taking what you say to be true.
You don't know a fucking thing. That's your problem, dude. You're the one speculating.
Well, I could only speculate because I don't know anything. So, like,
then shut your fucking mouth then if you don't fucking know.
Listen, what I'm saying to you is the information you give me, I cannot with certainty draw the same conclusions that you draw from that information, which is the key indication that what you're doing is drawing inferences, and you're not tempering those inferences. And I find that to be inappropriate, and it's sick, and it's disgusting.
The only one drawing conclusions, genius. You're concluding that I've made conclusions.
Yes, you did.
That's your.
Last I checked, people in the evidence here, he still has the evidence hog, but it's totally not gay. Yeah, he probably looks at that every night before bed. Somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Todd and Chris insinuate or blatantly just call Rabbit a murderer?
Your conclusion, genius.
Doctor, if I may, I do find it a bit harsh to say sick and disgusting when GS himself didn't ask to be the recipient of those images and seeing these different things. But when things come to light, you get an emotional investment in things, right? And I think it's rather insensitive to just say sick and disgusting when clearly Rabbit has sent some of those documents to GS, and he's become emotionally invested, emotionally involved because people have sent these things to him and they have involved him in this matter. So I understand that if it was done for complete malicious intent, but I do find it unfortunate that you have the opinion of that it's sick and disgusting when it does feel that one side is allowed to have a very callous opinion of things and speak very ill of Andrea's friends and Andrea's family and whatnot.
Because the friends you're talking about, one of them I believe was banging Rabbit or wanted Rabbit to fucking bang her, so probably not the greatest of witnesses. Another one is like a crackhead or a meth head that got fired from Rabbit's shit for stealing. So, like, maybe you're not bringing the cream of the crop to be witnesses. This is like me going, oh yeah, I don't like stealing or doing meth, but then bringing BSBT as my witness, like a guy who's got a conviction for stealing and literally addicted to meth. Like, they're really bad at choosing their character witnesses.
But that doesn't receive any negative online commentary, but that the ones that have an opposing viewpoint is called sick and disgusting. I wonder if you have any comments on that.
Last I checked, if several, again, I've mentioned this before. If several law enforcement agencies were like, yes, this is definitely not murder. If the medical examiner looked at it and went, yeah, this is definitely not murder. Maybe it's just not murder. Maybe it's just not murder. But again, these guys have never met a conspiracy theory they didn't love.
Well, so the information you provided now to me, which is, I'm just taking you guys to be accurate here, is that people were sending you taunting things that you didn't want to see. Okay.
No, what the fuck, dude? I'm done with this guy. This guy's a fucking retard.
Todd literally just said he was sent a dick pic and a bloody mattress photo.
He's gaslighting.
That's my fault.
You need to lose your fucking license.
No, that was my fault. I didn't. I wasn't more specific. So, the photograph of the bed that was sent to him by Rabbit when after the unfortunate incident, and as time's gone on, and Mr. Barthel has continued to make very bizarre actions online. Further information continues to surface, like the FetLife account and different other.
Yes. It's like they're thinking he went to court. The evidence was put on the table, and some people thought he did it, and some people didn't. It's just like, no, everybody agrees outside of this little fucking cult. Let's call them the Magic the Gathering cult. They're the only potato investigations. That's the only people who think he did this thing. But they're acting like it went to trial. We saw everything, and oh well, he barely got off. No, nobody thinks he did it outside of you guys.
Behaviors, abnormalities that was taking place by Mr. Barthel. More information, more things are coming to light, Doctor, which is alarming behaviors that were going on around the time that this young lady committed the ultimate act of self-harm, so to speak. If that, I hope that sheds some sort of more information on it.
Well, that's what I was commenting on. Like, it's the intent behind what those photos were. Like, I'm an equal opportunity criticizer here. If somebody is sending generally specific stuff in his text message inbox or however they came to him that are malicious and things he didn't want to see, like, of course I think that's inappropriate. I think it's wrong. I would call that sick and disgusting as well. The thing that I'm
hold up, but he sent it to me thinking it was going to help his cause for whatever weird reason. He didn't have a problem sending it to me when he thought I was helping him, but now he wants to fucking take me to court because I have a different fucking opinion based on new reason, evidence, and empirical data. What does that fucking tell you?
And what evidence and empirical data is that, Todd? Did the law enforcement agencies change up and say, oh, actually, you know what, on fifth look, he actually did it? Did the medical examiner come out on a YouTube channel and say, oh, actually, I was wrong about... No, they didn't. It's just you guessing. It's just you going, I got my ass beat, got to change up because I now hate this guy.
About your scientific fucking method, Doc. I mean,
it tells me that people can't take you.
Do you know what a scientific method is?
People can't take you to court because you have an opinion. Opinions
well,
are
he's
defamation.
fucking doing it, genius. He's fucking doing it. What the fuck do you mean he can't take me to court?
He can't
fucking
take you
Ryder
to court.
already took me to court for fucking defamation and bullshit. It got slammed down.
To court for your opinion.
Dude, I've been to court like 3 different fucking times.
Also, Aaron Queen is a fucking tool bag, but he does make a good comment here. How much to not hear Ryder's voice?
Already in the last fucking year for speaking the truth. So fuck you, Doc Scrolls. The fuck do you know about anything?
Did you win all of those? Did you win all
Yes,
those?
I fucking did. But it cost a lot of money. Not my money, thankfully. Unfortunately, it cost people that care about me. They generously helped me with the lawfare. It cost me my rights, my First and my Second Amendment rights, this last time for almost 2.5 months. You don't give a fuck about that. You don't give a fuck about the oath. You're not an oath keeper, dude. You just care, dude. I'm calling bullshit, bro. I'm calling bullshit on you. I think Ryder's 100% right about you, man.
Well, I don't know if he's right about anything ever. So it's interesting.
I guess we'll find out, won't we?
No. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you guys want to
we don't need to find out if Chris is honest or not. He's already been proven to be just like a pathological liar. The fact that he said, for years, I didn't beat a woman. And then he admitted on stream that, yes, he actually did beat his ex-girlfriend. Only to find out there's another woman, or possibly 2 women. One he has a conviction for beating and had to go to domestic violence class to learn, hey, maybe you shouldn't beat your significant other. Weird class to take. That, again, should be common sense. And another one that he allegedly put a cigarette out on, but didn't want to press charges. So, like, what are we talking about? Your best friend, Chris Ryder's a fucking scumbag.
find out. It's easy to find out.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess I'm not insulting or.
Is that like another weird veiled threat like you did to Ryder earlier?
Here we go.
I didn't give him a veiled threat. What do you mean?
Are you sure about that, Doc?
You mean when Ryder threatened to, if he found out who I was, to file complaints with the board?
I don't remember him saying that at all. I don't remember him saying that at all. Hell, I'd like to fucking do it myself.
Well, see?
And this is exactly why it's fucking stupid. Yeah, I love how they threaten. I was just about to say it. I love how they threaten every single person on YouTube that comes in their view. Yeah, anybody who disagrees with them, they're automatically the worst person. They should lose their career. They should be beheaded. They should be thrown in prison for the rest of their life. You nailed it. You nailed it when you told them, don't give these people any of your information because they will try to dox you. He said, I'm gonna come to Ohio, blah, blah, blah. 3 times? 4 times? Oh, I'm going to go to Ohio. It's not much out of my way. We can meet up face to face. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And now you've had on 2 different occasions Todd saying, yeah, I'm going to report you if I knew who you were to get your license taken away, and Chris saying the same thing. Doc, if you are in vertical, no, you're actually in the right one. You're good. You're good. I labeled one vertical and one's just regular. Yeah, this is why if you are a new creator, put your information 500 steps away. They will allegedly call the post office saying they're with law enforcement to get your information. Doc just was doxxed the other day by these exact people. It's like they say they don't dox, but it seems like that's all they fucking do.
So now you understand why that's obtuse. You'd have no standing.
No, it's not fucking obtuse, retard. It's fucking very direct. It's not obtuse at all. I'm telling you right to your fucking retarded face, I think you should lose your fucking license to practice. I think you're being very abusive. You're using your title like a fucking sword, or like a shield and a fucking sword online, and I think it's fucking malpractice. What you're doing, in my opinion, is fucking mal-fucking practice.
I don't think he knows what malpractice is.
I think you're gaslighting people that you claim to care about. I think you're playing little mental games. And I think what you're doing is research for your next fucking retarded narcissistic book. Doc, how did I do? How did I do, Doc? Did I nail it? Are you studying the online psychosis of different personalities on YouTube? Is that your next
Yeah, he's studying retarded people on the internet. Random midget and random overweight guy. They're studying Todd Bryant and Chris Ryder. He's very abusive by having a different opinion that goes with the evidence provided. Fucking wild.
Fucking book genius? Huh? No. Is this all just fucking research for you, Doc? No. Fucking with people's lives, casting aspersions upon them?
Aspersions.
Casting down proclamations.
Oh, aspersions. That's the word I was looking for earlier. That's the word. When he starts spurging, that's what he does. Yeah. Not allegedly. Not allegedly. Apparently a fat man did that.
Like you're the fucking be-all, end-all of what tone policing should and is? Fuck you, dude.
What aspersion have I made?
You just said sick and disgusting. Our behavior, our things that were claims that we're making are sick and disgusting. What? Innocent until proven guilty?
No. Listen,
that's the only claim I've ever made. Innocent until proven guilty. That's the only public-facing claim I've ever made. Doc, is that sick and disgusting to you to say somebody's innocent until proven guilty?
Well, you're wrong. You just made a claim that was the only claim you've ever made. So you just stack claims upon claims.
The only claim in regards to whether he's guilty or innocent of unaliving somebody is you're innocent until proven guilty. That is the only claim.
It's not that he's innocent until proven guilty. He's not even on the radar of being looked at for this. Like you're trying to put it like he's currently facing charges. He's not like Chris Ryder, who's innocent until proven guilty, even though the things he's being claimed to have done is recorded fucking everywhere. You're trying to say that in the same context of Rabbit, innocent until proven guilty, when he's not even facing charges for this. What are we talking about?
Claim I've made in regards to William J. Barthel Jr. He's innocent until proven guilty. I'm fucking saying it right now, and you're still fucking arguing with me, you retard.
Well, I'm saying that you're making a different claim. You're making a claim that's the only claim you've made.
It's the only stance I've had since the fucking moment he called me on the phone crying about his wife being gone. Yes. I was one of the first phone calls he made. And now he's trying to fucking sue me, TPO me, take my fucking rights away. Yeah, that's fucking loyalty for you, ain't it, Doc?
I don't like people who aren't loyal, but you're missing my point. My point is that you're making one claim and then you're stacking a claim on top of it. That claim is easily identifiable as no, you've made other claims.
Like what?
You made a claim that
you're making a claim that I've made other claims. Explain them specifically, you fucking retard. Specifically.
Generally specifically.
With the mumbo jumbo fucking word salad shit.
That you were one of the first phone calls that there's a million claims you made just in that one sentence. Like that you were one of the first phone calls that he made, that he turned his back on you because you changed your opinion. Like these things are all claims that you are making. And like, you don't realize that you are making those claims. And I could go back on all of these. I could explain them all to you. Every single thing that you're saying is a claim. You're claiming that he was the one who owned the FetLife account. You know that to be true. Drawing inferences from that information. And I'm just saying to you, that's not what an actual investigation does. And I told you there's a right way that you do this. A good example, if somebody is truly guilty, a good example of how people speculate on these things and how it actually serves a good purpose was the HBO docuseries, The Jinx. And there's multiple examples of that. A good example of one that is sick and disgusting would be Making a Murderer. And there you go.
Now, Doctor, I'd be remiss though. So another challenge that people are having is Mr. Barthel's continued run-ins with the law, continued transgressions, very shady business practices, him stating that they represent a church, yet there's no actual church body that happens. Their only sermons are either a bingo, which serves to ridicule and mock people, a trivia drinking game on YouTube as well, and AI music. Now, I'm no religious expert and don't profess to be. However, those seem to be very strange accreditations for an organization that serves as a nonprofit that claims to be a church. And given that he's presently facing felony charges for stalking an individual in the state of Arizona and violently assaulting 2 corrections officers in the state of Florida, these are very alarming behavior.
Yeah, Stone Vet, if you were having fun on the internet, you deserve to be in prison.
That cause people in the general public to have, I think it'd be easy to say these are natural consequences of his actions, that people are going to speculate on his behaviors when his alleged wife passed away.
Yeah. Listen, of course. And this is where I'm trying to be specific about like the content of channels. Sure, people are going to do that. We'd hope that the people who are presenting themselves publicly and in media would temper their personal opinions to make sure that people understand where the inferences are. That's a big distinction between judicious and well thought out media and what's been happening in this kind of case and in these channels, to include all of them. Ruff's included. I don't know specifically the speculation that he's engaged in, but people tell me that there's speculation that's occurred. I haven't observed it, but in this context, all of those things can give a person an opinion, and a media person and somebody who's portraying facts to come to some conclusion. I guarantee you that doing that publicly has been considered wrong in journalism and media forever. And this is where my actual...
You want to know who looks the best during this debate? Mimsy. Mimsy looks the best because he hasn't fucking spoke. He hasn't spoken in like an hour. Mimsy's probably asleep. And that's why he looks the best in this. Yeah, man, the Catholic Church better stop those bingo games. Yeah, how dare they do bingo? GJM says, nope, church should not do bingo. No. No fun for churches. I think I fight out. GS thinks that... Oh, I think I figured out. Okay. GS is that by making himself a part of this case, that Netflix will interview him for the docuseries, and he will finally have that taste of fame that he's been chasing. If you guys are familiar with BSBT was on A&E. He was on A&E as a stupid sovereign citizen, and millions of people laughed at him. But he thinks he's famous now because he was on A&E. And it's just like you were on a TV show and got mocked and laughed at by millions of people. That's not the fame most people want. And it clearly helped his YouTube channel out so much that he now gets a few hundred people viewing his videos.
academic specialization comes into play here, because what I study is linguistics and how language is a public health infrastructure. And it's very important for media and the way that people present things to the public to use language that is direct and straight to the point, and also tempers speculation to prevent the downward spiral. I'm saying,
All right, because I don't know if you guys can see Stofel's comment. Stofel for real. Stofel's a moron. Fucking Todd Bryant, Chris Ryder, cock gobbler. Getting jumped by 6 people, most military vets, and coming out unscathed is more of a flex, if anything. There's people who are veterans in the chat. Most people, if they get into a fight, they're not out to absolutely cripple you for life. Especially if you're being annoying and threatening people. Like, maybe you're drunk. They're going to make the point of, you should probably stop threatening people when you're drunk. And that's it. That is a self-control thing from those other people than anything. It's not that I'm growing my hair out. It's that I'm just getting too lazy to cut it. That's where I'm at.
don't have to, GS, nobody says you have to not speculate publicly, but to be taken as a serious person in the media, it would be wise to learn how to do that.
No, but on that very point, Doctor, what would someone be led to believe when someone is having continuous run-ins with the law, and the run-ins that they're having with the law are very serious in nature? I'm curious to know your thoughts on that.
I'm curious to, okay. If multiple vets fight you, it isn't jumping you. It's them collectively telling you to watch your mouth. Yes, if the names and ranks and positions of those people are accurate, they could have easily, let's just say, dispatched Todd. Yet they chose to pin him on the ground and say, stop being a fucking idiot. That was that. But they're acting like some random people came out of the woodworks or the woodworking were just beating Todd with bats. And it's like, no, that's not what happened. To talk about this again, GJM is about to be on panel with Chris Ryder, who is facing almost 20 charges, multiple felonies for things he's on record for doing. Not like a, trust me, bro, like, no, there's video evidence, photo evidence of him doing these said things. But it's like, oh, God, you should get into a fight with a weed whacker like SV did. KTZ, yesterday I actually took a chunk out of my leg mowing the grass, so check.
Well, I would say if you're following, if we're talking about somebody's behavior following the loss of somebody very close to them, I think we would be speculating that it's wrong for somebody to behave reactively in those contexts.
Right, Doctor, but I must, and I apologize for interrupting you, but it's very important I add the fact that there was already a path of recidivism made prior to the passing of this woman. So there was already a very well-known pattern of disorderly conduct, disorderly behavior, almost anarchy-style points of views and perspectives, where he even says in the 911 call that one of his biggest complaints was the fact that 911 authorities, so whether that be paramedics, police officers, firefighters, whoever was on scene that day, he took great issue with them being on his property because he's self-professed to being very anti-government and very anti-establishment.
Well, I mean, I think that's the heart of most of America, is to be pretty anti-establishment, especially if you're on the conservative side of things,
well,
for sure.
Sir, there's one thing.
I'm assuming Dr. Quack or Dr. Tweaker, the Quack, I believe that's Chris Ryder, which is weird that he's calling a doctor a tweaker.
To be have a non-trusting perspective of the government, There's another thing to have constant run-ins with the law and be constantly in a state where you're frequently being charged with felonies. You're frequently.
You mean like Chris Ryder, the guy you're currently on panel with? He seems to be a career criminal, if anything.
Facing charges in numerous states. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't attribute that to having a certain political mindset. Would you?
I mean, would you not say that a sovereign citizen is a political mindset? I would.
He said sovereign citizen.
And I would say they encounter those things with relative frequency, just simply due to that political mindset.
But to the point where they're escalating in violent nature, where the felonies are violent offenses?
Yeah, the gentleman that drove his vehicle into the crowd of people in Wisconsin during a
Holy shit, my man just got sovereign citizens and Daryl Brooks into the conversation.
Christmas celebration.
My man.
Right, but he wasn't an actual sovereign citizen. He even quickly dumped that sovereign citizen stuff the second the trial was over.
Wasn't that the 3%er?
It wasn't that the 3%er. No, you dumb fuck. He was a sovereign citizen who, to my knowledge, is still trying to do sovereign citizen shit, representing himself in court. This is why people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about should just sit there silently. Mimsy knows what I'm talking about.
No, that's Daryl Brooks out of the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, Daryl Brooks. Yeah, exactly. How you
Which
doing,
was
man?
a fascinating trial, by the way, and it's interesting to hear your perspective on that because he wasn't a sovereign citizen prior to the trial. He adopted the sovereign citizen thing when he was when he self-represented in his trial when he went pro se. And then immediately upon the conclusion of the trial and in subsequent legal proceedings, he is no longer a pro se defendant.
Yeah, what happened to Juan Galt? Is he gone? Did he disappear? I think I used to have some great conversations with him. I haven't seen him around in a long.
Just to point this out, not to toot my own horn, toot. You know what I'm talking about. Juan Galt did make an appearance in my comment section on like a few videos ago. He did make a comment. I pinned the comment because it was a sovereign citizen video. It was great. When is Chris Ryder's next court appearance? That's a good question.
Time, but I would say
I don't want to get off track, Doctor, but that's why I'm bringing up the severity of the behaviors where it's not directly where someone's spiraling out of control since their wife's untimely departure, where he's on video having numerous violent confrontations with people, following an elderly woman into a grocery store because he wants to call her a very sexually derogatory name. He's very combative. He was seeking out confrontations very well in advance prior to him even being in a relationship with this woman. So these are
GJM, I see you in chat now. How can you be saying this when you were literally on panel with Todd, who threatened to come to Ohio to see this guy and wants to get his license taken away?
Own behaviors that he was involved with, not necessarily in the sense where he would potentially harm another person like that he was in a relationship with, but he was living a very chaotic lifestyle, Doctor.
Well, so right. So then this is where I'm directly drawing the inferences. So let me accept all of that is true. I don't know it to be true, but for the purpose of this, let's accept it that it's true. In my opinion, right? Usually the way that I review these things is with somebody who's right in front of me. Okay. Then there's
totally understandable.
There's a whole bunch of things. So I would be reviewing that as does this give me evidence for or against diagnosis or anything like that? And quite frankly, most of it's noise, right? People are wild animals. The fact that we think we're civilized or draw some inspiration from what we call civilized such a such a crazy thing for us to do because we're just wild animals. We
are wild animals. We are very tribal. We like our herds, yada yada. GJM, shut up. Daryl Brooks is a sovereign citizen. To be fair, I think Math Boy Fly, good old Math Boy Fly, watch the music video. It's shitty. It's akin to Jeremiah Payne rap music, which is shitty. Daryl Brooks, in my opinion, as somebody who's been covering sovereign citizens for forever at this point, I think Daryl Brooks went into jail or prison to be held until trial, got linked up with the local Eric Martin that was in jail, the old, jailhouse lawyer, and said, hey, if you say this, you'll get out of it. Didn't work for him. And if anything, it just got the prosecution to say, well, aren't you a sex offender? And it's just like, that was awkward, Daryl Brooks. But yeah, go look up Math Boy Fly. His music is fucking tragically awful.
categories of crimes, right? So we have a premeditated murder, which we consider to be an abhorrent act, significantly worse.
Hold up. Did you just say human beings are just wild animals?
Yes.
What'd you say, Ryder?
Yeah,
I said,
hold
the same thing Todd's saying.
Yeah,
we're both calling you out. We're like, what do you mean wild animals? We have etiquette. We have purpose. We have...
Chris, you have no etiquette and you have no purpose. Well, you know what? I lied. Your purpose is to be a lolcow on the internet. That's all you're good for, Chris. That's it. We are all wild animals. Point being, you're a wild animal because you keep, for whatever reason, just beating your significant other. Whether you say you slipped on the slip and slide, you tripped and fell and were struggling and punched her right in her ear, whatever. You're a fucking wild animal. The fact that these two guys, Todd specifically, will say all these things. What did he talk about? Urban spawn points. It's just like EBT American. Come on, dude. Come on. You have no moral high ground to talk down on anyone.
I mean, you just said we have categories of law. Like, what do you mean we're wild?
We have a category of a type of unaliving of another individual.
Right.
That's called a crime of passion.
Because we're civilized. We're able to categorize stuff like that. Because we're civilized. We're not wild animals.
I would say that the ability to categorize things is something that a toddler is able to do. And it's not a very...
No. What? What are you doing, dude?
Sub 70 IQ people. You're calling a doctor with his own practice sub 70 IQ because he called everybody wild animals. Oh, we can categorize stuff. So can a fucking monkey. So can a monkey. Most dogs, if trained properly, can say, yeah, go get me the blue ball. And they'll bring it back the blue ball. Hey, go get me the bone. And they can bring it back the bone. The fuck are you talking about? This is one of the... I'm laughing. I'm happy. I'm laughing. I swear I'm laughing.
So you just said even human toddlers are more sophisticated and less than not wild. So even toddlers.
No, I'm saying that your suggestion that being able to categorize things, one of the most basic level tasks that the brain can do, makes us not wild.
To be fair, Doctor, even the form of conforming, I would argue that, yes, young children are able to kind of learn how to conform to social norms, proper social behaviors. So when I see an individual like William J.
Fucking crows can do 1.5 million things. But apparently being able to put 3 rocks together make you civilized.
Barthel have continuous behavioral problems throughout his adulthood that's well documented throughout numerous legal run-ins with the law.
GJM, are you here in chat still? If you're here in chat, make yourself known. You're describing Chris Ryder. And you, for whatever reason, aren't confronting him with that. You're trying to like deflect to something else, which I find very concerning.
Throughout numerous states across the United States of America. That's why I'm kind of perplexed that we're able to kind of identify and speak openly about your perception of GS or Chris Ryder. However, we're not really going that direction with William J. Barthel.
Right. So I don't know about any public. This is where the distinction comes from. I know GS's channel, watched it. I know Ryder's channel, I've watched it. I don't know who GJM is, and I only know about Mimsy from back in the day when I watched Todd's channel. And I would say when I left,
the subject was Rabbit on this panel, not Chris Ryder, but you allowed Chris to get on panel and try to criticize somebody for being him, if not worse. Like, Chris is a multiple-time woman beater in multiple states. If anything, you should have said, Chris, maybe you should take a step back. Like, maybe you should take a step back. You are this person. You're currently sitting on almost 20 charges, several being felonies. Maybe you should just take a step back. Maybe you should see yourself out of the conversation.
I think you guys had some heated disputes and weren't getting along for a minute.
Talking about me and Mimsy? No, you're confused with Brick. You're thinking of Brick.
The point that I'm trying to make
you're wrong,
is
dude.
that each of these inferences is drawn from our own cognitive histories, the things we've learned, done, experienced, our own socialization. The categories we put things
can
into.
Somebody tell Doc that he needs to get out and get back in real quick, just so
and
everyone
it's
can
not it's not the same thing.
Hey, Dr. Scrotum.
Fact.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Todd can't hear you.
Or no.
Or you can't hear. I'm sorry, you can't hear Todd.
Yeah, let me refresh.
Okay. I mean, this is insanity at this point in time. I mean, he's got to be gaslighting. This is like gaslighting.
Yeah, heaven forbid somebody use evidence. GJM, will you be back to Todd's channel now that he is a video game channel? Will you be back?
Gaslighting 101. I mean, this is...
Well, I'm actually interested to hear more of what he's saying, because I think I'm getting to a better understanding. Thank you for coming back, Doctor. My curiosity is, you seem to know a lot of the players on this on GS's channel, but given the subject matter that they speak about, I'm kind of confused how you wouldn't have more of an understanding of William J. Barthel's criminal history, since it would have been frequently talked about on this channel.
I stopped. So probably my guess as to why that's the case is because when I stopped watching Todd's channel was right about the time this happened. Like I'd stopped watching it before the fire, the fight, the jumping, whatever you want to call that.
So Doc was watching Todd before Todd turned on everyone and stabbed them in the back. He went all Benedict Arnold on us.
Well,
the fire
that happened over a year ago. That happened almost a year and 5 months ago, actually.
Well,
it didn't get brought up until like 6 months ago because Billy Barthel fucking got a wild hair up his ass and didn't like the fact that I was finding out information that made him look like he might be guilty. Might be guilty, Doc. Might.
I think what Doc's trying to say is you can always find him wherever they are anti-Chris Ryder and Tiffany Napier. And that being said, liar Doc, you're getting caught in another fucking lie, dude. Why do you keep doing this? You know exactly what's...
GGM, this is where you should have said, Chris, cease and desist. You are a proven liar. Everything Chris said is a fucking lie. That's when you should have been like, hey, I hate to do this, Chris, but you are the pathological liar.
What's going on? You don't watch my channel. You watch my hate channels. And my hate channels are being very clear about what their behavior and what they're doing. You encourage it.
Yes, what we're doing is telling the truth about Chris Ryder, and he fucking hates it.
Doctor.
Actually, I would love to ask a question, but I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Let me respond to Ryder, and then I'm going to try not to trigger him. But Ryder, it's the inference that I'm watching channels that hate on you. That's not what those channels are. Like, it's such a small fraction of it.
That's not what those channels are. Are you
kidding
me?
Before that happened.
Yeah, they existed, but they didn't exist. They existed under different pretenses and purposes. The reason you watch them is because they are hating on me and Tiffany. And
I'm equal opportunity. I'll make fun of all kinds of stupid people on the internet. It just so happens that Chris keeps being the dumbest. So I cover Chris. I don't exclusively cover Chris. I don't remember the last time I covered Chris. So the fact that Chris is like, my haters channel, shut the fuck up. Absolutely shut the fuck up. What Chris and Todd fail to realize is that just because you put the videos behind a paywall, just because you delete them, just because delete them, that's a great word. Just because you do that doesn't mean people don't remember what the fuck happened. Todd was streaming you. Todd was your biggest hater until he stabbed his friends in the back and was looking for any port in a storm, if you catch my drift. So then he ran to you. He was your biggest hater. He would stream about you for hours and hours and hours almost every single day. Yet here you are on panel with him. Said absolutely terrible things about you. Yet here you are on panel with him.
You're damn well aware of the behavior and actions that those people are committing against us.
No, so I feel bad for Tiffany.
Don't sit here on your fucking pedestal and pretend that you're unaware of William Barthel committing stalking offense against us. Don't sit here and act like you don't.
Average Taint says, GS, I sent you 5 Robux. So the goal is complete. You didn't embarrass yourself for nothing. You can start another goal, GS. Terrific.
Know that Christopher Ruff has been harassing the living shit out of us and attempting to intimidate us ever since he became buddies with one of the witnesses in our court situation.
Now, Chris, is that before or after you got on panel with him and said that somebody needs to choke him all the way out until he stops breathing? Was it before or after that? Asking for a friend.
Characterizing the behavior the way that you want to characterize it.
No, I'm characterizing. One of them was characterized by the sheriff here. One of the things I said was characterized by the sheriff here. So not even me. I didn't even make that statement. The sheriff did. So I guess what? Sheriff thinks just like me. He's a piece of shit on YouTube that we should stalk too.
Personally, I think that sheriff needs to be investigated because it seems like something sketchy is going on in Indiana.
Is that what you're getting at, Doc?
No, I really. This is what I think. This is where I think your weak spot is that you seem to think that I have any investment of caring about this. I feel bad for Tiffany.
If you didn't care, then you wouldn't be in all those chats, man. You care so much, you don't miss a beat.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I'm talking about you hitting your notification bell and never missing not a single show.
I've missed many shows.
No, you catch every show that's anti-writer.
Listen, when I
what do you think? You got a chance with Tiffany, dude?
Ugh.
You want to try?
I'm married. I don't know what you're not going to trigger me, right?
You want to talk?
Look, Todd is way more likely to trigger me.
You want me to sit in the chair and watch?
Communicates like.
That sounds like projection. Chris wants to sit in the chair and watch. That might be how they're making a living. Chris, I hate to break it to you, but it seems like everybody is getting with your girl except for Doc. So that's kind of weird, bro.
Like words that make sense.
You got a chair in your bedroom, Doc? Can I sit in it?
I don't in my bedroom. I used to have a reading
good cameras, man. I got a great zoom.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like you and Billy would make good friends.
Yeah. Is Billy fucking your wife too?
Wait, Billy Meadows? What do you know about Billy Meadows?
No, I don't.
So, if I may, I'd like to ask a couple more questions. Now, I'm curious, and thank you for answering them, Doc. I do appreciate it.
Yes.
With your
also, I am far from a debate, bro. I hate debating because everybody who wants to debate me is mentally disabled at this point. Like BSBT has wanted to debate me or get on panel with me. Pass. I imagine Rebel Studio 2 is sparking up a fucking video right now about me. So it's like, I'm not a debate, bro. But if you're going to, you want to fuck my girl? You want to fuck my girl? You want me to sit in the cuck chair? If you bring that out during a debate, you probably already lost.
I want to call it fandom, but your enjoyment in the direct D content. I'm curious if perhaps you notice during that same time period, that would be before, like a year ago, where DirectD was making open threats to go to January Specific's house to assault him.
What are the
GGM, if you're still in chat, how can you say that to Doc about, oh, well, you know, Ruff said he was going to go to Todd's house when Todd literally said that to Doc in this stream multiple times? GS literally said, if I see you in my state, I'm going to put hands on you. Come on. This is nonsense, man.
What are the things you're characterizing as specific threats for that? Let me see if
I got a whole bunch of text messages.
To be fair, KTZ, I really hate to say this, but GGM is the most normal one in this panel besides Doc. Yes, but the bar was set incredibly low because Todd and Chris are the other participants, and Mimsy, Jesus take the wheel. He fell asleep.
Here, hold on.
All right, I'll be right back.
No, he asked me being aware of it. So, like, how would I be aware of text messages?
There you go, right there.
No. Well, DirectD would also make.
There you go, right there.
DirectD would also make comments on his show.
Can you read that?
No, I don't see anything.
Yeah, we don't see anything. Just
shit. You got to look on YouTube.
Speaking of threatening somebody's house, yeah. Not only did Ryder take pictures of Todd's house, didn't Chris send the police to Todd's house? Weird how nobody wants to bring that up on panel with Chris.
Damn it.
But even without that, on DirectD's actual channel, that's where I actually saw the commentary. I actually haven't seen the text.
You know what? Let's go back. Here. Why am I getting? I'm assuming this is from Christopher Ryder. Let me see here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So Christopher Ryder saying, why am I getting multiple texts saying you're live saying finger pop Ruff's asshole? I would strongly suggest you avoid me at all costs when I'm in town. Yeah, if somebody was talking about, I don't even want to fucking talk about it, but yeah, you might get threatened after saying that. That doesn't seem out of the ordinary for me, especially if it's from a guy who's literally trying to fight anyone and everyone, no matter the place.
Actual channel, that's where I actually saw the commentary. I actually haven't seen the text messages, but I do know of him making comments on his channel where he's saying he's going to go to GS's house and assault him, knock on his door, and do.
No, I don't know that he's ever made.
My bad. Did I say Ryder? I meant Ruff. Chris and Chris. That's why I try not to say Chris because they're both named Chris. But yeah, that was Ruff, not Ryder.
That threat.
Did that at mine.
Oh yeah,
it was either one of you guys. That's what it was.
I listen. I just want the record to be. And I understand you're not trying to do. I got to correct records if I'm not aware of that being said. I don't.
No, 100%. I knew it was specifically one of the two of you guys. So I misspoke.
It was me, and Dr. Scrolls was in the chat. So go ahead, Dr. Scrolls. Just switch the characters a little bit there.
So you're talking about when he said that he wants to fuck you in the ass.
Oh yeah, he definitely said he wanted to come do that too to me. So I guess I guess the entailment is if I don't ever leave my basement, he would have to come to my house. So I guess yeah, he has threatened to come to my house and fuck me in the ass.
This is what I hate about Todd. He's so joyful to try to play victim that he's coming up with crazy, illogical things in his head. Well, he said he was going to do this if he saw me, but if I don't ever leave my basement, then yes, he's threatening to come to my house. No, that's not what was said. That's what you're making up so that you can cry victim and e-beg on the internet.
Well, see, this is where I'm going to. This is the conversation earlier that you and I were having, Todd. I don't view that. I don't. There's no threat to that. To me, that's not a threat.
Because you would like it. You would love it if Chris came and fucked you in the ass.
Doctor, that's aggravated as assault. So let's change the genders here. So let's say if I said that to a woman online, you better believe there'd be charges on me immediately, Doctor.
If you
Let's
said
not,
I
let's not
want,
get misguided. Let's not get misguided, doctor.
if you were to say to somebody, I want to
This
fuck
guy
you
right
on the
here.
ass-
Yeah, he didn't say he wanted to. He said he was going to.
This is Dark Deucer right here. Doc Scrolls is Dark Deucer. I'll put my money on it. I'll put money on it.
No, but
Hey, Dark,
I'd like
you
you to
hear
clarify
that? They
that,
think
doctor.
I'm you. I don't even know what that means.
You getting all bricked up
please.
about that?
I don't want to get off track here. I want to stay on that, and I'm just very confused by that. When someone they're in an escalated tone. They're saying I want to go to your house, and
Todd was just screaming at the sky for all 20 people listening to his stream that he is going to go to Ohio to meet Dr. Scrolls multiple times. But nobody wants to point that out. What are we doing, GJ?
commit such and such. I'm trying to find the YouTube essay towards you. How in the heck is that appropriate?
Mandated reporter.
There's a big difference.
Turn a blind eye to
Whatever that is, I'm definitely not a mandated reporter for adult sexual assault or anything like that. No.
If one of your patients said that they were planning on ass raping somebody unwillingly, you wouldn't have to be like, this guy.
Yeah, that would be a Tarasoff case for sure. Yeah, but you're expanding out what we're talking about to something that I'm saying the only thing I've heard.
No, hold on, Doc. You and Chris have both claimed that he is one of your clients.
Guys, we got to pause.
No, I have not.
We got to pause.
Yeah, you have.
Mimsy,
No, I haven't.
Mimsy's going to say goodnight. It's like 6:20 in the morning where he's at, and he's got to get some sleep. Mims?
Dang, Mimsy was up late.
Did you want to say something, Mims, or are you rage quitting? Everyone tell me he's rage quitting.
Don't rage quit.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rage quit. It's been an interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I have got a far better. I've never really listened to Dr. Scholes before. And it's very interesting to get his perspective. Very, very interesting. And you know, I can understand a lot of what he's saying, actually. It makes sense, to be perfectly honest.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever suspect, Mimsy, that he was hot for getting it in the butt by Chris Ruff?
You've always got to bring the conversation down, Chris.
It's just hot here in general.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I mean, he's the one that said it's not a threat, you know.
But to bring it back to kind of the topic of conversation, so you can say it in a comical sense.
Hold on. When Mimsy leaves, I just want to make sure Doc can hear me still. See, he might have to get out and get back in again.
I can hear you.
He hasn't left yet.
Okay.
He hasn't left yet.
Once he does, I'm gonna test it and.
Yeah,
we'll
so I'm going to say goodnight. I will still be listening for a little while, and it would be interesting to have a conversation with Dr. Scrolls at another time, if he's perhaps willing.
Yeah, I'm always willing.
Okay, lovely. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I shall say goodnight. Good night to everybody in the chat, and like I say, I'll be listening for a little while until I nod off.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Doc, you might want to just hop out when he does and hop back in again. That way we can.
Yeah, I'll just
all
do
right,
that.
guys, I'm gonna
right,
run the
test,
bathroom real quick.
okay.
I'll be right back.
Appreciate it.
He said, "I'm always willing." Who is he talking to? Ruff or?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm like, that's the danger of this. I can tell when he's trying to gaslight me, and I can really feel like he's trying to gaslight the fuck out of me. And it's like a coin flip with you, Doc. I can't tell if you're being like good faith or not. You say stuff like, "Where's my balls, dude?" Like, what do you mean? Where's my balls? I grab my balls. I'm speaking with all of my balls on the internet. You're telling me you're trying to tone police and say and maybe what you're giving me is good advice. Maybe I should be very, very cautious with what it is that I'm putting out there. I don't know how much more cautious I can say other than innocent until proven guilty, but that seems to fall on deaf ears to people that want blood.
I've got him figured out.
Okay.
Yeah, you do, Chris.
I can explain him in a nutshell.
Go ahead.
The real person behind that account comes out when you trigger him.
Oh, you triggered me.
Yeah, I've triggered you a few times, and the real you comes out. You made a threat to me earlier.
Yeah, I heard.
What was the threat? What was it?
You don't want to know who I am?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you find out who I am, you'll be sorry.
I didn't say that. I said because you'd have to retract the things. So a lot of the things you said.
Well, I mean, you backpedaled, but the way you started out while I had you triggered was a lot threatening.
No, it wasn't.
But I'm not scared of you, so don't worry.
Listen, you clearly aren't comprehending what it is that I'm saying.
I clearly comprehend you very much.
He does not comprehend jack shit. The fact that Chris is like, I triggered you. Casey said, I haven't seen him triggered yet. Chris thinks he's so intimidating. And it's like, bro, the only people scared of you are the women you're dating. Because if history tells us a story, it's that you enjoy beating your significant others. And that's not me saying that. That's your conviction saying that.
Really? Yeah, I don't think you do.
No, I do. I
No,
clearly comprehend you very much.
I'm only over in Ohio. Why don't you come visit me?
Hey, there he goes. He's making an offer. Listen, let's go have some coffee, man.
Yeah, for what? What do you want to visit me for?
What part of Ohio do you want me to meet you in?
I don't know. I'd have to catch a flight to go to Ohio.
I think you guys go to Cincinnati Reds game.
See now, bro. Now, see what I'm saying, man? See? Now you're playing games, dude.
Yeah, I don't.
You're the one that said multiple times that he lives in Ohio. He's stating the fact that, yeah, I don't live in Ohio, so I would have to fly there.
I don't want my identity to be known by you guys.
Well, it's too late. You already told us where we can find it. You told us who doxed you.
I may have already gotten it.
You told us to go look at a certain book that you authored, but don't say
I may have already gotten it. What's that matter, dude? What does it matter that I know who you are? What do you?
From somebody who has been looked up by Chris Ryder, his information is shitty, fucking at best. He's basically made up an entire military record for me, an entire employment at a police department for me. Very strange. His information has, historically speaking, it's not very fucking good. So Chris probably has a doctor, and that's probably as far as he's gotten. Hi, Art laughing. How you doing?
Care.
Well, I don't, as long as you
Here comes the threat.
follow some code of conduct that I would follow towards you. If you were to do something else, then
what would I do?
The gloves would come up. Well, what you threatened me with already.
Which is what?
I like it when the gloves come off.
You said
that I'll if you invite me, I'll sit in the chair in your bedroom and film you.
No, those things aren't threats. I don't react to those things like you do. You react to Chris saying similar things to you, and yet you say the same thing to me. So, it's lost on
because you support and you support Chris doing it to me. So, what do you expect me to? You know what respect is, Doctor?
See, the fact that
I don't respect multiple time convicted woman beaters.
Behaving
Get what you give, baby girl.
Behaving with integrity does not come with conditions. Do
you ever deal with normal people who don't put up with your gaslighting bullshit in your real life?
Chris Ryder, you are one of the people that I consider being the furthest from normal that I've covered on the internet.
You ever had a client that's just like, you're fucked up, dude? Like, your mind is fucked up. You ever have a client that just sits up off the couch and looks you in the eye and says, motherfucker, I know who you are on YouTube, and I know who you follow, and I know what you support, and I know that you give the money that I pay you to these felons.
No.
You know, do you ever get any clients that just sit up and look you in the eye and say, you're full of shit, motherfucker?
To be honest, I don't know what he's going to say. I've never even watched this part before. To be fair, he probably has gotten clients to say that because crazy people say crazy fucking shit. Chris being one of those crazy people. I think he said that everybody in his family is schizophrenic. Well, except for him. Okay, bud. Okay.
I don't know. I probably don't listen to him enough.
Doctor, no, you probably don't have any clients, do you? Because you're not a doctor.
If I may, I'd like to kind of...
Speaking of no clients, hey, Chris, how is your construction company that you allegedly ran into the ground? How is that going? You still replacing ceiling tiles 4 at a time?
Make an opinion and get your perspective on it, if that's all right with you. Doctor?
I don't think he can hear you. You might have to.
No, you'll have to step out and then come back in.
Yeah, you might
Go
have
ahead.
to.
Ask. I was muted. Ask the question
both of
again.
you.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, kindly,
you
thank
could hear him? Okay.
So I respect that you've, with your words that you shared, and I know it's not easy to come up on panel and whatnot, so I appreciate that. However, I kind of feel that your responses seem to be very much more stern and judgmental when it's directed towards certain panelists up here. Yet when I bring up specific actions and actions that would quite frankly be on any judicial compass be viewed as much more severe, much more serious, much more intentional acts of violence and aggression, you're not judging them as harshly. I'm confused why. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious on your opinion.
It's because the conclusions. Listen, threats and making those sort of comments publicly, as Ryder has done to me in this call.
When have I done it? When did I threaten you? When did I act? When have I done an act of violence against you?
I think doing an act of violence is a step beyond a threat.
Well, when did I do either one?
What did you say you wanted to do in my room?
I said if you invited me, I will film you fucking your wife in the chair in your bedroom.
Okay.
Okay, so on that very comment, and no, I'm not condoning that, but I brought up the essay comments that Christopher Ruff makes very frequently, very routinely. He's made them both about both these gentlemen's spouses. He's made it about them directly. He's described it in graphic nature multiple times, and yet I'm not hearing the same verbiage out of you, Doctor.
Can you describe what you mean by that a little bit? Because I'm not understanding.
So Christopher Ruff. So right now, I hear you speaking to Christopher Ryder and speaking about how you viewed his comments about him wanting to view you engaging in something. What I don't even remember exactly what was said, so I don't want to misquote myself.
I said if he invites me, I will sit in the chair in his bedroom and film him fucking his wife.
Sure.
I think you're equivocating now, but okay, go ahead.
That's what I said.
And then you shared your perspective, which, quite frankly, I don't even disagree with. But then when I provided the information about what Christopher Ruff has multiple times said, and he's not saying it in a joking fashion. He's saying it's extremely verbally escalated. He's saying it very dysregulated. He's saying it when he feels cornered or he feels very aggressive towards other people he's lashing out at. He's made these comments multiple times to these gentlemen. He's described it.
I just want to break this down for a second. I literally played it at the beginning of my stream of Chris Ryder saying, somebody needs to choke you all the way out until you stop breathing. And then I've made a video on when Chris was calling everyone and their brother to try to get Boots information, just to say that if it was him, he would go to Boots' house and beat the living shit out of him. Simply for exposing Chris on being a fucking liar. But we're here talking about, well, what if this person who lives thousands of miles away said this thing? It's weird. It's weird to me.
Graphic nature, and he's also described it about their spouses as well. So I'm curious why you seem to have a different tone or different thought process on that.
I don't have a different tone. Did you hear me?
Okay, so why do you support them for doing that, or when they do that, but you don't support me asking you politely if I can sit in the chair?
Because you're already revising history that happened 10 minutes ago. You didn't politely ask jack shit.
And film your wife.
I responded to what you said as vociferously and forcefully as I responded to Ruff. I did nothing because it doesn't even faze me. I was just pointing out that you're doing the same thing you're crying about, Ryder. You live by the sword. You die
well, then
by
support
the sword.
me when I say it, dude. Support me when I say it. Why don't you do that? Hey, I got a Venmo. I got a cash out. Shoot me some money for saying it.
Because I don't support people who sit and publicly lie.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, sir, quite frankly, I saw you give $50 to Amanda and their chat. And what do you feel they're not lying?
Amanda?
Yeah, all of them. The entire cause for Christopher Ruff getting out of jail.
What are they lying about? Ask me the question.
Do you feel that he's wrongfully incarcerated, even though he had multiple active warrants that he was openly defiant about, laughed and ridiculed law enforcement, saying they don't? Sorry,
hold on. Let me stop you because I think you'll you'll just waste your breath.
He's going to pretend he doesn't know that they're lying.
I do not at all state or believe or think that Christopher Ruff is innocent or guilty of the things claimed of him. Because I know him and I know his character, I am highly on the side of believing that these are inflated things.
Inflated? He skipped out. He jumped bail. He clearly tells you that. He says, I am not going to deal with the court process or go back to court in Maricopa County.
Okay,
so
what
make
is that?
That make sense. What
are you talking about now? You're making no sense.
Didn't Chris have a warrant out of Kentucky that he got picked up for because he just didn't go back?
Making sense.
There's an $8,500 bond right now, an $8,500 bond. He already collected $11,627.
No, he didn't. Remember that was for lawyers.
Yeah, no, there was no lawyer. The lawyer was free.
What does the GoFundMe say? What does the GoFundMe say?
The GoFundMe is a lie itself, which is part of the reason that you're being asked about it right now.
How do you know it's a lie? How do you know?
Because there are records that show who his lawyer is, and it's in the court document, and it's on my community page. You can read it. It says
that makes it a lie. How?
His lawyer services are absolutely free through the company that he chose to go with. They've been with him the whole time. That was his lawyer on record through the whole thing. But you know what? He screwed that up, the free lawyer, because he skipped out on it. He didn't go back. You know he was right.
Also, can we point out how, as per chat, it is 2:00 in the morning. And to my knowledge, Chris Ryder still does not have an attorney in his case that he was court ordered to get an attorney for months ago. Pointing that out.
From warrants. So
how are you? Warrants and bail jumping means two different things.
So how are you going to say? So how are you going to say that you believe he's innocent?
I didn't say that. What?
Chris, can you quote the actual, not the Apache County ones, but the other charges? I think that will help clarify this.
The Maricopa, he is being held. He is being held for Maricopa County because he has to go back because he had 5 warrants.
500. Yes,
he had 5. It's not about money. It's not about money. He's now got court dates set for those for failure to.
Chris, if it wasn't about money, why did you state to the dollar how much he made or how much he is charged or whatever? Like, if it's not about money, why are you so concerned with money?
Fears and rule to show cause and probation violations.
Okay, so right there, Doctor, what are your thoughts on those things?
I mean, look, I deal with hardened criminals and people from all walks.
So Ruff is wanted for probation violations. Isn't Chris Ryder currently in court for probation violations? In my opinion, they should be holding Chris Ryder in jail until they can get all this figured out. Because as of right now, he's just kicking the can down the road, throwing up as many roadblocks as humanly possible. But it's weird how somebody's coming at somebody else for probation violations when he himself is currently going to court for probation violations.
So what?
I'm not sure what you guys.
We don't care who you deal with. Stop skirting.
I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know what you're asking.
Doctor, I'm asking you, do you think that that's acceptable behavior? You're supporting a channel where the channel's creator is knowingly engaging in those offenses.
You started this out, Doctor, by saying that you don't support liars. And then exactly D called you out by saying you are supporting liars. And then you said, no, I'm not. And then I come in and I said, yes, you are, because you know that you're being lied to on the Direct D channel and you're giving them money, which is support.
As told by Crest.
I don't know how any person tolerates watching you on these things. You literally make him
Doctor, please
insufferable.
don't change the subject, Doctor. I'd like you to answer your own comment.
I would like an answer too.
Insufferable.
Shout out to Tyrants Beware extended the show. Appreciate it. We get another half hour. I'm finding this fascinating and interesting, and I don't know, man. I don't know if we're being played at this point in time.
Okay. Listen, what is the question you're asking me? Because it keeps getting conflated with a bunch of extra information. Yeah.
Not a problem. Okay, so given that Christopher Ruff had these warrants and knowingly, and would routinely comment to his audience that it's not a problem at all, they don't want to mess with me, and all this other stuff. And now he's in jail and he's being held accountable for those exact charges that he laughed off and dismissed as nothing. And he openly lied to his audience about, and is now having the audacity to have someone grift on his behalf to pay off something that he once tore apart other 1-8 auditors for doing that very thing. Do you not see that he's a liar there for what his conduct is displaying?
No, I don't see that as lying. I don't know what you're like. Lying requires an intent of self-preservation.
Yes.
Preservation of somebody else.
He's lying knowing that he ran away from the county that had the warrants.
Yeah.
He was acting like this was never going to be a thing. Sir,
Should Direct D have taken the initiative to deal with his warrants? Yes. With that said, he's never lied about having warrants. He openly admitted that he has warrants. And in my opinion, unless these charges, like if these charges never took place, that county would continue to still not care about those warrants. But now that he's in custody, they can just have them bring him there and they'll deal with it. So them trying to say, oh, do you not care about his warrants? The guy has never hid the fact that he has warrants. I think I may have covered when he got those warrants 3 years ago. So everybody knew about them then, yet they're trying to make a big deal about them now.
Intentionally did that.
And his writing that he wrote,
His statement,
because you need to listen before you respond, because there's more.
Okay.
The statement that he has written for Amanda to continue to repeat on her current grift streams, he is saying that these are false and erroneous charges. He's not just talking about the ones from Heather. He's also talking about Maricopa. So you know that he is lying.
No, you're making all this stupid bullshit, right? Or you're making all this stupid bullshit by saying he's not only talking about this. Now, in order to figure out that he's lying, let me stand on my head and say he's also talking about these other things.
So please answer my question then.
Yes, please ask that. So your question is, do I condone that behavior? Do I think that it is appropriate for a person to show civil disobedience and refuse to show up to a court case that they think is unjust or whatever?
So
I don't
they're the
have an
judge.
opinion.
They're the judge. Okay. Yeah.
Doctor,
I want to hear.
Do you feel?
I want to hear this. I wish he'd finished that out.
Doctor, do you feel?
Like I said, GJM, I believe if these charges, which I believe are bullshit, just based off the evidence provided and the fact that 3 of the 5 charges were already dismissed, I believe that if not for these charges, that county would not care about the warrants, and neither would he. Also, just to be fair, Chris had a warrant out of another state, from what I have to imagine, years, and just neglected to take care of it. That's just weird. It's just weird, bro. Just weird.
Like he was misleading his audience?
Oh.
I am his audience, and I would say, no, I don't feel misled in that.
You need a couch, Doc.
Doctor, so you mean to tell me that someone that braggadociously went on about how his warrants don't impact him, they don't have anything to do with him, he will not be held accountable for them, and knowingly ran away and sought refuge from that county that had those warrants on him, you don't feel he was lying to his audience?
I feel like he found out in a really hard way that he was wrong, and you're considering that to be a lie in this moment, and that's a
Sir,
bit
he
confusing.
intentionally sought refuge. That's how he was not held accountable.
Self-preservation. He is trying to preserve the perception of his audience. He's
GJM, I believe personally, there is a person who frequents Todd's page and Chris's page who's had a warrant for almost the same amount of time. Yet they both welcome that guy with open arms.
trying to preserve himself.
So moving from Maricopa County to Apache County on non-extraditable warrants, I would say that the fact that our government creates something as a non-extraditable warrant means that somebody is given
if
an
you just stay
irrefutable
away,
right
you don't
to
have to
flee
be
the
held
jurisdiction.
responsible. Who's equivocating now, Doc?
Okay, fair enough.
No,
okay,
that's the Constitution gives him that right. It's a fucking right.
Do you even understand extradition, man? Because he was in jail. They're not having to extradite him. They simply put a hold on him.
I have two other subjects. I have two other quick points.
Hold on. Let me give Doc a little rundown in law.
Chris, you're dumb.
Once Chris lies, I'll correct him. Don't worry.
Don't
He's
do it.
in
Just
jail
move on.
in Arizona. Arizona is who has the warrants on him. If he's in jail, that's not the police going and serving a warrant.
Dude, they are not extraditable, which means the
Yes,
police.
they're not serving the warrant.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's because you're stupid, dude. That's what.
Okay, so Chris is a mental midget. We've all already figured that out over years of coverage. This is how warrants work. Because unlike Chris will probably lie about my qualifications. I dealt with the warrant process on a fucking daily basis at work. Right? This is what happens with warrants. The warrants get a mile. We will come pick up at this mile. Anything outside of that? We'll see. Call and let us know, and we'll see. We see that right now with BSBT, who is the person I was talking about. See, here's the thing, GJM. Your focus was on Ruff, who was the subject. Yes, but you can't allow other people to be in the exact same situation and not bring that up. If you're pissed at one person, you have to be pissed at the other person, especially if that other person is much worse, in my opinion. But warrants, BSBT has a warrant where I believe it's out to 50 miles. He stays outside of 50 miles specifically so he won't get picked up. If it was at 40 miles, Taylor, Michigan would be like, yep, we're on our way. And the fact yet, even though they've asked multiple times, it's not necessarily not extraditable, but they're not going to pick up at that distance. More than likely, Maricopa County, I'm unfamiliar with Arizona counties. More than likely, Maricopa County is ways away from Apache County, which puts them outside of their mile marker to pick up. And it seemed like Apache County also didn't give a fuck about his warrant since he was dealing with them on a daily basis, or not a daily basis, putting the cart before the horse, dealing with them semi-regularly. Like apparently there were sheriff's deputies at his house and they did nothing. See what I'm saying? Oh no, GJM, neither one of those people are the person that I was talking about. I'm just saying Ryder is giving shit to Ruff and Doc for whatever reason because Ruff had warrants. But at that same point, Chris and Todd allow people in their chat who have warrants for almost the exact same amount of time without saying anything to them. So it's like, are you really mad at the person for having a warrant, or are you mad at the person because it fits your narrative at the moment?
Wrong with me right now. I'm trying to correct you, and you're stupid to understand.
You're stupid.
Good grief, man. How the hell did you get through school? Oh wait, you probably didn't, quack.
So
isn't Ryder a self-admitted college or high school dropout? So Apache County and Maricopa County are 300 miles away. If I remember correctly, Ruff's warrants are, I don't want to say bullshit because they are warrants, but they're not for something that matters. So more than likely it's a 25 mile, 50 mile, 100 mile, whatever they wanted to do it in Arizona. Nobody's driving 300 miles out of their way to pick up for what I believe these charges are. Now, if it was aggravated battery with a weapon, sure, they may come 300 miles to pick them up. If it was sexual assault, they would probably come pick them up. but it wasn't that, so they probably don't really care. It's probably just a warrant in the system, and they go, meh.
On the subject of liars, again, I'll bring up a more recent topic where Christopher Ruff and his channel are now chastising a corrections officer.
No, GJM, I'm not saying your narrative because you're just there. I'm saying Chris is chastising Ruff for having a warrant when he literally welcomes with open arms BSBT in his chat, who has a warrant. He also criticizes Rabbit for being in the same city as him and is trying to get charges pressed on him and have him sent to jail for being in the same city, yet has congratulated BSBT for stalking me across state lines to my home twice. Who has welcomed with open arms and applauded Tyrants Beware for bragging about making a knowingly false CPS call on me. This is the type of hypocrisy where I'm just like, you can't do that, Chris. You can't do that. That's why I'm saying it's just him trying to push a narrative because he doesn't really care. This just happens to be his enemy, so now he cares.
Or admonishing him for using another inmate's tablet.
Officer Lair, yes. For
Correct.
Correctional Officer Lair.
Do you think that they're not intentionally lying and misleading their audience?
I was on this channel when that was being talked about.
It was spoken about again. It was spoken about again today, Doctor, and I saw you on the panel.
I left.
No.
I wasn't on a panel. I wasn't on a panel.
Sorry, not in the panel, in the chat. I do apologize.
Yeah, so you were there. You heard it.
Clear.
No, because I got a text message from Secret that I should come listen to this channel, and that's when I started talking.
There it is.
Oh, private phone calls. He's in the club.
Doctor,
He's in the Doofus Crest.
So this individual, once again.
The fact that Chris is trying to hijack Doofus Crest is very sad. Chris, you are in the Doofus Crest cinematic universe. Yet you're like, no, these other people are Doofus Crest. Nah. It's like, dude, we're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you. You're a multiple time convicted woman beater. You're currently on the hook for like almost 20 charges, a few of them being felonies, not including probation violation that you're still going through right now. Like, you are Doofus Crest. You are peak lol cow on YouTube. Oh, I had 70,000 subscribers and you guys got my channel taken down. I'll be back to 70,000 in no time. 2,003 years later, here we are.
And apparently him and his audience don't feel that jail policies and procedures that he should adhere to them.
My comments are public on that already on the channel, that he's stupid and he's probably going to face punishment. And yes, the jail policies apply to him. I mean, my opinion on that doesn't even matter.
Well, I wasn't aware of your commentary, so thank you for sharing. And my last question, I do appreciate you answering my questions, and I sincerely do. It pertains to Amanda. Do you feel that it's necessary? Do you feel it's appropriate that people are validating a relationship that clearly wasn't a real relationship? So we're led to believe on a timeline, Doctor, that he was in a relationship with another woman whom he now has charges stemming from the exodus of that relationship. Now he has a fiance with a woman that lives in Hawaii whom he hasn't seen. We're supposed to believe that that's a thing, and that this woman is now.
Hold on. I think that there's some information you don't know. You know that Amanda is the person who went to prison with him for the crime. So you said he's never seen her.
Oh, sorry, I should have been more specific. That he has not presently seen, within recent times,
since they went to prison.
Yeah. So what I can say about that is that's not how I deal with relationships. I'm in a committed, and I've always been pretty committed, and I don't go in and out of relationships with people. So it completely escapes me. And do I think that that's smart? No, I think that's the same kind of circumstance that led him.
Do you think that they're potentially misleading their audience to gain sympathy, to entice people to donate money, that if they believe kind of the damsel in distress, where she's the she's the bride waiting at the altar for her husband, and they're clinging on, and they're intentionally trying to provoke that type of sympathy from the audience? Do you think that that would almost be lying?
No, if you want to know my honest opinion, I think these two people have constantly always wanted to be in a relationship with each other, and they've struggled with figuring out how to deal with that because they've never been available at the same time.
Well, wait. No, hold on. That's not because they were not available. It's because every time they connect, they commit heinous crimes together. So the world was keeping them apart. Every time, Chris. Yeah, every time. Do you even know how to speak? Doctor, and not make claims? Can you not answer the question? Do you not realize that every time those two connect, they commit heinous crimes together?
Yes, I do not realize. I think that is fabrication.
Doctor, would you equate that maybe to a trauma bond rather than a relationship?
I would not say.
No, GJM, you are 1000% correct. Unlike Chris and Todd, you actually spoke, and I think Doc spoke back politely. Respectfully is a good word too, but you were both polite to one another. It just so happens that you were on panel with two mentally disabled toddlers. If this was a conversation where it was on your panel and it was just you two talking, I think things may have actually been accomplished. But it's the fact that Todd kept spurging out saying, I'm gonna go to Ohio and meet you face to face. And then Todd saying Chris saying he wants to go record Doc fucking his wife. That probably threw the conversation for a loop a little bit.
That it is a trauma bond or anything like that, but I would say the speed and hastiness of those relationships is certainly makes me question somebody's circumstance, but I wouldn't take that to mean that it's not true or legitimate, because I've been around and I've seen Amanda on the channel many times over the years.
Sure you have. Did you see her when she flashed her tits and then started flicking her bean, jerking herself off on my channel?
Did you see when she put her boobs on Todd's channel and Chris went, ew, boobs? Yeah, we saw that too.
I'm trying to get it shut down. I just had another threat. Somebody saying words that Chris Ryder said they're going to report my channel to get it demonetized right now because of something Ryder said about SA or something like that. Cool. Do you not understand the fuck muppets that you're fucking associated with?
That is not a threat, Todd. Saying your person said something against terms of service and they're going to report you for that. That's not a threat. That's just YouTube's terms of service. If you don't want to go by YouTube's terms of service, get off the platform.
Actorvists, these First Amendment fucking purist fucking retards. Fuck you.
I mean,
all the way off.
And to be fair,
the First Amendment does not apply to privately owned social media platforms. Yeah, Erica, I decided I was going to give it one last hurrah because apparently he got off the drama train. He deleted 843, give or take, videos and live streams and shorts. And he's changed his description, said he's going to just play video games and no drama. So this is my last hurrah with Todd. Hopefully I will never have to cover him again. So yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to go because your boy is toast, but yeah, we're still covering. I basically just wanted Chris to get on panel. Chris is why we're really here. Todd is just the facilitator because Chris can't have any of this happen on his channel or he might allegedly violate probation again. So yeah.
It was actually Chris Fryer that actually told me how to say it correctly without violating the terms of services.
Dang. And then did he break the rule?
No,
I mean,
we didn't break no rule.
That's a bogus claim.
Then you're good. Then you're fine. You're fine.
It's not fine.
No, we're
I want to
quoting.
go back to this.
They
So
were
it's
quoting
these
the
type of
threat
threats.
that your buddy made against us.
Doctor, it's these types of threats that are causing the mental duress on these individuals where people are trying to have a conversation and that there's individuals that come into these chats with such malicious intent to cause harm, doctor. And it throws a lot of people off when.
All right, GJM, we were thrown off by the channel strike or by the channel strike threat. Technically, it wouldn't be little YouTuber insider baseball. It wouldn't have been a strike. It would have been a community violating community guidelines, which is like a warning. And if you get too many, they really don't care. I put out BSBT's warrant with absolutely no personal information. It had the age he is and his first and last name. And for some reason, I believe Chris Ryder's camp or BSBT's camp mass reported it and got me a community guidelines warning, which just expired 4 days ago. But it's really just nothing. A community guideline thing is nothing. And honestly, GJM, if you're in Todd's chat, a shit ton of the things he says goes 100% against community guidelines. Just YouTube doesn't care about a channel that gets 200 views. So Todd should just count himself lucky, because a lot of the things he says goes directly against terms of service.
We see you engaging in conversation, which is your free right, and no one's questioning that. But when we see you voluntarily associating with people that have, quite frankly, such vile and malicious intentions.
Listen, what I can say to you is, if I was your friend and you did stupid shit, I wouldn't turn my back on you just because you did stupid shit.
It's funny, Erica, because he was bragging about, oh, we co-parent my son. I see him all the time. And I was like, bet that's not true. Question, how do you feel about Ruff's behavior during Ryder's last court hearing? I don't believe it was his last court hearing. I think it was a few court hearings before when he like flipped off the judge. If you notice, I was live. I believe I was live at the same time. Didn't stream it, didn't show it on screen, and didn't flip off the judge, to the point where I was even using a different name in Zoom so that Chris didn't know who I was, so that he couldn't snitch on the judge and be like, this person is anti-me. He should be thrown in prison for the rest of his life. I don't think you should flip off the judge. But again, if he wants to do that, that's something he did. I don't support that, but yeah, it is what it is.
And what
do you get out of friendship with DirectD? What is it? What
giggles? Probably.
Do you mind if I ask? Like, what is it? What's so appealing?
I don't have transactional friendships.
Well, what's that money you're passing back and forth?
That doesn't mean that people who have friendships with me, they're not transactional.
That was a transaction. You gave him money.
Yeah.
Okay, by that logic, anyone that's ever given Todd money is his best friend. Anyone that's ever given Chris money is his best friend. That's not how that works. If you're watching somebody's channel and you give them a super chat, a super thanks, send them some jewels, whatever, that's not a transactional friendship. That's you supporting something.
Chris, that's a transaction.
And I got nothing in return, and don't expect or want anything.
Actually, yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. What you get in return is acceptance from their group.
Clout. Yep.
That's idiotic.
That's a good point.
Do you feel that Courtney is openly lying to the audience as well when she's saying that Chris Ruff is wrongfully being incarcerated right now?
Who's Courtney?
Secret, whatever her name is.
You know what? So this is a good question. This is a good question to piggyback off of this question. You know what? Now that you bring that up, I do believe Ruff was flipping off Chris Ryder for snitching. It just happened to take place in a courtroom, which if it was in person, the judge may have got involved. But now that you asked that question, no, I do believe he was flipping off Chris and by extension, Tiffany. But I don't think he was flipping off the judge. The judge did say, we don't record, blah, blah. I don't think he was flipping off the judge. I think he was flipping off Ryder for snitching. GJM, I think you personally are more involved in this situation than I am. I have nothing but time to answer questions. Like, I'm so out of this situation, which is why I love this situation, because it doesn't involve me whatsoever. Like I was saying this before, like, man, it's crazy that I'm not involved in this drama in any way and I can just watch. Let's see here. I wonder what court case Rabbit is going to try to get out of on 9/14. One is at 9 a.m. East and one is on 9:30 Central. Honestly, Cody, if he has an attorney, we just saw this with the Chili DeCastro case out of Vegas. His attorney could show up for him. Chili's did. Chili didn't even show up. I don't even think he's in the same state. So theoretically, that could happen if it's what's it called? If it's Zoom, he could probably make both that way. No, I believe that you live a much bigger life off YouTube. I'm just saying that, like, YouTube panel wise, you're on panel with Chris and Todd talking about this stuff way more than I am. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm just on the outside looking in, laughing at stupid. And you're kind of like mixing it up. Like, you're in the mud with these, like, fighting with these people, and I'm just watching. Not saying that, like, you're super involved. I'm just saying, like, you're more involved than me.
Speak. You go pretend you don't know her name.
Yeah.
That's her name? Like, no, I thought it, never mind. I thought it was different. Sorry.
Well, it comes up on your caller ID when she calls you.
We've only texted, so I haven't seen it, but I thought it was a different name. At least
I wouldn't let your wife know that, my friend. Seriously, from man to man, she's very lonely and very desperate, and I would not want to get. And I mean this sincerely. This is someone that seeks out chaos and confrontation, and the second you inadvertently step out of line, doctor, she will make your life a living hell. And that's not some sort of threat from my end, but that's more of a warning, person to person. I think you can tell by how I've been cordial to you, doctor.
Warnings. Yeah, you were giving us warnings.
I'll tell you that let me just say this. She's known who I am for some time.
Mm-hmm.
For a while. For a long time.
How long precisely?
Oh, I don't know. Probably, I don't know the exact time, but it's been months. Months, yeah.
Now, doctor, what would you recommend? Do you think Halidol and Ativan for Secret would work to start off? What would you recommend?
Those would totally counteract each other. What would be the purpose?
Well, we have to nuke her first, right? Like, we have to kind of tranquilize that animal and just get her to a baseline state, don't you think? So then we could do proper assessments.
I don't know what.
Again, GJM, you're saying this about Secret, but Todd and Chris were both absolutely going nuts, yelling at the sky, making threats this stream.
I don't know what's wrong with her. I don't get what you guys are talking
she's
about.
incredibly dysregulated. She's lacking any physical contact with regular humans.
She's very violent against women, children, and the like.
Is she? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Chris was on panel with Todd saying that a lady should be punched in the face, to the point where Todd went, you want to fight? You want to hit a woman? And then he had to go, oh, I mean, a woman should hit her. A woman should hit her. I think they both need to be medicated. Also, clip that face.
He's always seemed calm in the videos and stuff. So, like, I don't
really. Oh, we can definitely supply you with a plethora of clips to showcase her dysregulated behavior. It's actually quite shocking.
I've kind of lost my patience with that. Ryder's promised a whole bunch of stuff because he claims he can prove things all the time, and he just doesn't follow through with it.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes
I
Chris
don't know if
getting
you're
pissy.
trying to intentionally be coy, doctor, but that's very apparent. And even you would hear her cackling in the channels and laughing. You've been on streams. I've heard you on stream with her cackling like a banshee, laughing like a lunatic. You know yourself that she's not laughing, and that's not a regular laugh, and she's just utterly trying to fan the flames. And doctor, you're fully entitled to like entertainment and like drama. I'm not saying you're not, doctor, but please don't lie to us and profess that you don't see these type of behaviors.
There's something I think that you guys are failing to see here. Part of my background in education is learning that drawing inferences is the trap of the devil. And when you draw inferences,
tell us about God. Do you believe in God? I thought we were all just wild animals a little while ago. Not image bearers of God. We're just wild animals, incapable of controlling our urges.
Well, I mean,
but now you want to listen.
If you think
to
your
God?
behavior, Todd, if you think your behavior doesn't illustrate that with your, reactiveness,
Are you diagnosed?
Then I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. No.
Oh, you're not.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you're not diagnosing me over the internet.
Do you even know what a wild animal is?
Do you know what a wild animal is? You sound like a fucking idiot, Chris.
Whack.
So, Doctor, if I may, though, so I want to get your take on this. So, Secret's the type of individual that it's almost like the second the name is spoken, she appears out of nowhere. She's constantly online. She seeks out the attention and affection from countless online personalities. She's heavily invested in something that she's never even met Rabbit or his deceased partner. And yet she goes to the point where she engages in absolute dysregulated verbal confrontation. She will dox you. She will threaten to dox you. She'll allude to knowing who you are offline. And
GJM, those are all things Chris Ryder has done in this stream. He alluded to knowing who Doc was. He said, "Oh, I'll come meet you, blah, blah, blah. Oh, if I know where you worked, I'd try to get your shit taken, your license or whatever." And you notice how you said something about what's his nuts? Oh, she's always online looking for attention. And Todd just goes, the guy who's on fucking YouTube 16 hours a day. You hit that home with him.
She, quite frankly, Doctor, what I find the most alarming is she intensely associates with known convicted felons.
I mean, is she a felon that would make that a problem?
To be fair, Chris Ryder and Todd had dinner and supported a convicted child molester who molested his 12-year-old sister. He's still currently on the sex offender registry. Todd maybe disowned him first, but Chris was right there until recently. BSBT, felon, supported by Chris Ryder. Civic Duty, another kitty toucher in the Chris Ryder circle. Yeah, you're hitting a little close to home with these guys, bud.
Well, you wouldn't find that alarming that someone is knowingly
JJ Scarborough's around a lot of felons too.
You know, you can commit felonies and not get caught, like not get charged for it.
Here we go.
But like the only time you're not allowed to associate with felons is
allowed by what?
When you're
the government. Doctor, would you advise that?
Advise associating with felons?
Right. Now you're a bootlicker. Now you're believing in government is on like the only law.
No, I'm just saying
no, that's a sudden switch. That's a sudden switch.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why you would have a problem with somebody associating with felons. Our president.
You just said the only rule to that. The only rule to that is the law.
He's a libtard. Oh, he's a libtard.
No,
I bet you shout your abortion, don't you? How many of those kids did you want to kill? How many of those kids did you want to kill in utero? You're like, kill them babies. Man, fuck them kids.
Clarify.
Fuck them kids, right, Doc? Come on, shout your abortion, Doc.
You are.
No,
I think Todd is mentally ill. I think I've said this before. In my opinion, Todd is mentally ill. Because this type of shit is just out there. Yeah, JJ runs a jail. Dealing with felons is kind of his job description.
Bro, you're so obvious.
Felons that continuously.
GJM, like I said, if this conversation was between you and Doc, it would have gone a lot better, but you were literally on panel with two mentally disabled toddlers. Like, I hate to be that guy, but what Todd just did, you know that's not normal. You know that shit's off.
Engage in recidivism, that are still breaking the law, that are still committing crimes, that are still actively being defiant and not following into social norms.
I mean, my job is meeting people where they're at and trying to help them conform to social norms.
Actually, let's just cut the bullshit. Mm-hmm. Your job is to write books.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you really do. I do know who you are, by the way.
Yep.
You're not a fucking couch doctor, man. You're not what you're claiming to be on the internet. You are an author.
You teach
You write
university.
books. Yeah, you don't have a fucking practice. You're not having active clients. And you are a huge fanboy of Chris Ruff. And the reason you became a huge fanboy of Chris Ruff is because you have some kind of weird hatred towards me and Tiffany. You keep calling us liars. You say we don't bring the proof. You can't name one.
Because you've been saying, trust me, bro, for 4 years. For 4 years, you've said, oh, this thing isn't an address. And then shocker, that was proven that was an address. Oh, I didn't know anybody who lived there. And then it turns out your ex-girlfriend lived there. And your name is also connected to that address. That's weird. Oh, I didn't beat a woman. I beat a man. Never seen any evidence for that. On the contrary, actually, we've seen not once, but twice you were convicted of beating a woman. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of weird.
Lie, and you can't tell me a single series that I've presented to the public that I didn't complete and give you all of the information to, except for the one I'm currently going.
I brought down Jamie Knoll single-handedly. It was me, Chris Ryder. And then I played an hour and some change documentary, and not once was Chris Ryder ever brought up. The fact that all of these news outlets went to Jamie Knoll's house when they were raiding it. And what did Chris do? Walked around in the background like fucking Sasquatch. Like he was the missing fucking link. I'm going to prove JJ's dirty. Only for you to get charged almost 20 times for being a fuck. It's weird. It's weird.
Going through now.
Chris, I think Tiffany is a victim of you.
A victim of me? She don't feel like a victim, so don't she have to feel like a victim? She chooses to be with me because she loves me.
If I may clarify,
Stockholm Syndrome's a bitch, ain't it, Chris?
Like she loves you.
You wish that you had a relationship like
Doctor, if I may clarify, it was actually her ex-partner that knowingly abused drugs, took her along for numerous occasions where he was under the influence of banned opiates.
Yeah, I don't think Ryder's a bad. I don't think Ryder's a bad person. No.
Doctor, if you're going to make a statement that Chris Ryder is endangering this woman, I think you should know the pattern of behavior, and I think you should be more sensitive to Tiffany of what she's been through to make the blank statement.
Yeah, what she's been through. A lot of dick. This is the lady who cheated on her man while he was in prison and got pregnant while he was in the pokey. That's the person we're dealing with. The person who's literally to this day refusing to pay her child support. Doing the Chris Ryder, looking for any way possible to get out of it. That's who we're talking about. I don't feel bad for Tiffany at all. And I think if Chris does end up going to jail, she's going to drop him like a fucking hot potato.
Like that on the internet, Doctor. I don't think that's very professionally savvy of you to make such a statement like that.
Not only that, but hold on, he's directly making he's directly accusing me, and there's not been a single incident of abuse in my relationship with Tiffany.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Doctor, not only that though. Again,
I didn't say
I think
that.
it's very insensitive and very irresponsible to make that claim. And again, let's follow what human ethics is, and that's the do no harm principle.
I didn't say that. I said
Tiffany is sitting on charges directly because of Chris. Mag D5 sent a laughing disco for 250 joules. Appreciate it. Yeah, in my opinion, she's sitting on charges directly because of Chris. And Doc didn't say, oh, you beat her, you put cigarettes out on her, you punched her in the ear. He didn't say that.
I think she's a victim of you, and you guys just ran with it because you can't keep your yapper shut when you hear me talk.
How is she a victim? Clear that up.
Because you just keep going on the internet and making a fool of yourself.
You're on the internet making a fool of yourself. Now your wife's a victim?
Well, I mean, yeah, she would be a victim if that were the case. For sure, 100%.
I mean, maybe the difference is that nobody's attacking your wife, but they attack Tiffany. That ain't my fault, man. I don't attack Tiffany.
No, it's her fault because she got on the fucking internet and started fucking making knowingly false claims about people. That's why people are attacking Tiffany. The fact that she doesn't want to pay her child support, that's why people are attacking Tiffany. The fact that she cheated on her husband and got pregnant while he was in jail, or boyfriend, husband, I forget it, at 11 o'clock at night. That's why people are making fun of Tiffany. Tiffany is an active participant in your life and on your channel, to the point where she has her own channel. That once you lost yours, you tried to go and do things over there. This is the shit. This is the shit that pisses me off about Chris and Todd to a point. They try to compare things that are so far apart, they shouldn't even be spoken in the same sense.
I protect Tiffany.
I don't think that's.
I come to Tiffany's defense under every occasion. Matter of fact, half of my YouTube channel was dedicated to protecting Tiffany from her ex-husband. And you seem to get chummy. You're real chummy with him.
With who?
Billy.
That's her ex-husband?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right. Well, you're super chummy with that one.
Okay, GJM, I'm glad you pointed that out because I believe Doc thinks Rabbit is her ex-husband, and you just had to correct that because they weren't going to.
But not Rabbit.
I'm
Billy Meadows.
Wait, hold on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know Rabbit's name, huh? Are you in contact with him? Are you funding his lawsuit against me?
No, it's because you keep saying his full name, Todd. That's how he knows his name.
This is going to be all funny when everyone finds out that you're behind a lot of this, huh? Coming up on my panel and trying to gaslight me.
It's a conspiracy. Everybody's out to get Todd. When in reality, it's just Todd's gigantic, overly inflated ego that's getting Todd in trouble.
Yeah, trying to get information about the family. You fucking retard.
It's actually
so
funny, Todd,
I can read your mind.
This fucking idiot had to pay him to be accepted. He has to pay for it.
GJM, you hear what they're talking about, and like you could see why these channels specifically are problematic because they.
Well, how's it a problem?
You love them,
calling you out for your bullshit,
and you love them. You can't get enough of them.
You're just making up. You're just making up shit.
Nobody's making nothing up. We see you giving money to them. We see you giving money to them, and now you're telling us that it got you communication directly with Courtney.
Hey Doc, if I caught you lying on my channel within a span of 2 hours and I could prove it to you, would that make a difference to you?
Yeah, can you what did I lie about?
When I said that there's like 72 people on my channel and probably half of them right now are interested in the car wreck, and you said I'm not, and then less than an hour later or right around an hour later you said, yeah, I like the drama. I find the drama really interesting.
And that was clear. If you played that
about the drama of going after the government.
Yes, there you go.
It's still fucking drama, retard. It's still a fucking car accident. Do you think that's not a car accident?
No, that's like saying, "Oh, I like NFL. I like NFL videos." But then going, "Well, that means you like cricket videos." And it's like, "No, that's not the same thing. Just because I like a certain type of sports don't mean I like all sports." If I watch the NFL, that doesn't mean I watch fucking pool. If I watch baseball, that doesn't mean I immediately like bocce ball. You see how these things are, once you just stop and think about it for a second, they don't make fucking sense?
Accident for the government employees when somebody's fucking jumping on their bumper, acting like a fucking muppard.
But when you said that, we were talking about the drama between channels.
No, but do you see how ridiculous that is, right, GJM? You see what I'm talking about. Todd's like, well, you like when people go after the government. That must mean you like my channel, or I'm a racist. What? That makes absolutely no sense. That's like comparing apples and pickles. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, but you don't get into that.
Now you're going to equivocate. Now we're just going to keep
on. Wait a minute. You still got him, Todd.
Holy
you still
crap.
got him.
I know I've got him. He's a fucking nonsense machine.
So you're saying you don't get into the drama between channels? Is that what you're trying to spout right now?
I literally log off and don't participate. I have
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But you hate for public safety.
No, I don't. I think you, Ryder, would do yourself service to slow the fuck down.
I agree with
and to
what about so what have I even done for the
Slow
past
down.
year?
No, I
Slow down.
actually understand what the doctor's trying to say.
Yeah, he's not wrong about me too.
Everybody agrees except for Chris.
He's not wrong.
What do you mean slow down? Tell me what you want me to slow down with.
Your inferences, like you're too fast. You jump to too many conclusions. I don't hate you and Tiffany.
I said you hate what we do on our channel.
I don't. I used to love what you did on your channel.
Nah, you lie about it, dude.
I lie. What do I lie about?
You say that we're lying. You say that we
'Cause
haven't
you are.
proven anything. You're saying that we don't
No,
show
I-
receipts.
Bullshit. I
Every
never
single
said that.
thing, every single thing we've covered. Not only have we provided the receipts, but we've also followed it all the way through into conclusion, and we've been.
Okay, just to point out some lies that Chris has told. He called me a pedophile. Not true. That's obviously not true. Second, you made with your chest out. Oh, we went to this trailer park and that address doesn't exist. Only for Dummy Kruger to call and have that trailer park go, of course that exists. It's always existed. Oh, I don't even know that address. It's fake. Only to find out your ex-girlfriend lived there. And I believe it was your car insurance with her connected back to that address. I'm not a woman beater. I beat a man. Only to find out you've beat not only one, but 2 women and got convicted for it. So many things that you say, Chris, don't fucking make sense. Yet you will stand on your very, very small soapbox and preach to whoever will listen, which isn't many people anymore, about how you're innocent, you're the victim. And then you look and you're like, you seem to be the aggressor in every single case.
Proven right and vindicated every single one. So now tell
Wow.
me.
So then the government must work perfectly. Holy shit. I've
The
never
government
heard
don't
of
work for- I don't use the government.
Oh, so then you've been vindicated by the things you call facts.
We've been vindicated by what we publish growing big enough with the public.
Here we go. We're gonna get the fight. We're gonna get the fight.
You don't use the government. Hold on, man.
Yeah, listen to him.
Yeah,
like,
hold on, man. I'm sorry. I got to stop the cap on that one. You use the government against me. You use the government against, well, Billy, and I'm glad you did against Billy. I believe you felt as though you had a justified reason. You felt as though you had a justified reason to go after
I'm talking
me.
about what I cover in my series, Todd.
He's covered Todd in the series. Sorry. He's tried to bring this man to court. He's tried to get a TPO on him. He says to this day, or doesn't take it back, that he was stalking Tiffany's kids. He's called the police and basically attempted to swat Todd. Seems like you use the government against a lot of people. You sure as shit threaten to use the government against a fucking ton of people. Anybody who calls you out on your bullshit, you threaten to sue.
I didn't cover you.
But you say we don't use the government. You do use the government.
We don't use the government to solve the things that we no. Listen, we do not use the government to solve the issues that we're covering as a series on our channel.
That's it.
What we do is we cover what the
we're breaking up. I'm breaking up.
We cover what the government
You're
is
the new
doing.
brick. That's it. We're done.
We cover what the government is doing. And yeah, I tried to report, but guess where that gets you?
Well, I'm 3-0, so I mean, if anyone, I'm not trying to push my luck. The more chances I get dragged to court, the greater the chances somebody's going to get a victory. But you know, I am 3-0 so far by the grace of God. I'm not taking any credit for that.
So I believe my brother's KFAR 556. I believe that's a sock account. If somebody can get that out of here. Hello, 4 people watching. I'm not Todd. I'm not Chris Ryder. I'm not Russell. I have more than 4 people watching. So get fucked. So feel free to bounce that motherfucker.
And I also don't really think that the judiciary belongs to the government. I think law enforcement belongs to the government. But I think
the government has 3 branches, and one of those is the judiciary. So
it's 3 branches of government operation, yeah. But but I think law enforcement is the government's is their dog. That's the
executive branch's dog.
Exactly. Well, that's the
associated with
executive
the
branch.
judiciary.
Law enforcement is a huge, like the biggest portion of the executive. The judiciary is for us. We pay for it. We use it.
I do have a different question. Doctor, I'd like to know your observations of what you see in the different chats, right? So what you see in the GS stream or what you saw in a Chris Ruff stream and what you observe in the secret and the direct D streams. Do you notice a difference in the style of chatters or what gets chatted about?
Okay, pause on the answer. I got to do a grift, gentlemen. I apologize for the interruption. I like where the conversation's going. Hey, if you
skipping the grift.
So I would say I don't see a big distinction. I don't see any difference. I see everyone siloing themselves in a balkanization effect. And it just keeps feeding this disastrous cycle. And like, I like that Todd lets Chris Ryder onto his channel, even though they have this historical beef. I think that's a good way.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a very good way to show how this should be. And I think Ryder should take a step back and slow the fuck down and recognize that.
What do you want me to slow down about?
Just to kind of keep it on what we're speaking about for a second, I do find it strange, though, you haven't observed that there's obvious grammatical deficiencies and learning challenges and, quite frankly, cognitive abilities on those other streams. And I'm not trying.
GJM, you are literally on panel with a guy who thinks idea is pronounced idea, and a guy who thinks misdemeanor is pronounced misdemeanor. Even though he's been corrected, he continues to say misdemeanor to this day. Do some people talk goofy? 1000%. Is it equal on both sides? Probably.
Not cause any shade there, Doctor, but like it is very apparent the low IQ level. I mean, there's chatters like Michael Wyatt, Twiggy, Doctor. Like,
I don't know who Michael Wyatt is. I know Dark Deucer. I know Dark Deucer, but like
actually, if I may, Doctor, I hope to God you get a patient like Michael Wyatt, because that is a cash cow. As long as he's being funded by something.
I figured it out. You nailed it, GGM. The reason why he's so mesmerized, it's a target-rich environment for job security, for writing books and maybe having patients, dude. That's why
I think secretly, because of this reason, that's why he's been on panel with Todd and Chris. I believe Todd and Chris are a research project for him. That how people so dumb and uneducated could possibly still be living by themselves, and how they haven't been put in a home somewhere.
Attracted to that crowd.
Actually, I think he's an egomaniac, and he surrounds himself with lesser people, like people that are lower level IQ than him.
That's why he's on panel with you, Chris.
So that's what you think I get for?
Yeah, I think you're a narcissistic egomaniac, and that's why you're attracted to Chris Ruff as your boyfriend.
Well, it's interesting that you claim that I'd be a narcissistic person when I haven't reacted to any of the insults you guys have thrown at me.
Oh, yes, you have.
Well, when you say you guys,
you've done pretty good. You've done
one.
No, you're right,
word
GJ.
towards you.
You've done pretty.
No, I've reacted only to insolence, not to any of the things you've said to me.
And then you wonder why we stoop that low.
No, I don't wonder why you stoop that low. I think
you know what I like.
How you try to generate content.
No, it's not. I'm not. There's no content for me here, dude. So here's what I like. I like genuine conversations.
Yeah, I agree.
And the only way I can achieve that with you is if
you don't like genuine conversations, Chris. You enjoy packing your streams, your chat with fucking sub IQ trash who try to worship you like the hero you want to be. Anytime you get on panel with fucking anyone smarter than you, which is anytime you step out of your fucking echo chamber, they fucking trash you. They drag you in every conversation to the point where you threaten their lives. You accidentally admit to, oh shit, I did beat my ex-girlfriend. That's what happens when you take a step out of your echo chamber. Just throwing that out there.
If
you stop
if
lying.
if I push you to the point where you act like yourself.
Well, you can't do that by insulting me. You're
yes, I can.
He's been the same guy the whole
You've been
time.
honest, as a matter of fact. Every single conversation I've had with you so far, the only time you got honest is when I insulted the fuck out of you.
When I was talking to GS earlier today, there was zero insults. Well, no insults that I recognized because they honestly
wasn't
just
my intention. I was being very direct, and sometimes that can come off as being rough.
And I bet you if I watch it, I'll find that you were lying through the whole thing.
Well, you just see that's your problem, right? That's what I'm telling you to slow down about. I don't watch anything because people don't like it.
Man? You don't like that I push you that hard?
Let me answer your question.
I'm just trying to find the best you in you. You know, I want you to be able to wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and be proud of what you see.
Chris, you are a multiple-time convicted woman beater. You've thrown your business down the drain to chase YouTube fame. You've ruined your reputation when you started beating women. Let's put a pin in that for right now. You're currently sitting on almost 20 charges, a few of them being felonies, which in my opinion, you're probably going to be found guilty of or get desperate enough to take a plea deal. If you wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and you're proud of the person you are, you fucking suck, dude. If that's how you feel when you look in the mirror, there's something mentally wrong with you. So the fact that you're trying to make a doctor make himself look in the mirror and feel good about who he is, maybe you're not the one to be giving that advice.
I don't want you to constantly be reaching for appreciation and acceptance from people in society. I think that you got a lot of work, and I think you're worth it. And I think on the inside, you're a real good person, and you deserve to find and achieve that within yourself. And I'm going to help you do it, doctor, for the fee of $250 an hour. I'll be more than happy to see you on my couch. There's a water fountain.
I did watch this on Stoned Vet right here.
I can help you find yourself.
And snacks. Don't forget snacks.
Yeah,
let me help you there. Let me help you there. I make money while I'm asleep. Okay. I make money all the time. And
I think that's awesome, man. No, seriously, congratulations.
He's still not happy.
O'Neill the Welshman. First time watching your channel, I have no idea what's happening, but it's like a soap opera and I'm hooked. The Doofus Crest cinematic universe is amazing. It's an amazing place. It's an amazing thing to watch it evolve and develop. It's fucking nuts. I think this may be the last episode featuring this guy, Todd Bryant, dead center of the screen with his eyes closed. He has trying to change his ways. He has deleted over 800 videos. He has changed his description. He is now a gaming channel. He will not be doing any drama. But we shall see. We shall see.
$240 an hour would not get me out of bed.
And you're still not happy. So I'm telling you to pay me $240 an hour.
Yeah, I would if you could help me, absolutely, I would do that. The problem, Ryder.
Okay, well, hold on. You said $5. I meant $50 to extend for 30 minutes. I mean, if you got it like that, Doc, no, I think you've been. You've been very generous. So
listen.
If you're finding value to this conversation, and I do apologize for losing my patience with you a couple of times. I just feel like you're being. I don't know, man. I'm like, how can you not see this? Like, how can you not see what's going on? And you're saying the same thing about me. You're like, how can you not see this? I think.
Yes, you're very accurate. My role,
So to give you some backstory, him and this Chris guy, you can't see him. It's in the bottom corner. He streams a bit weird. One of the guys on panel with him, the guy who sounds like an inbred hillbilly fuck, him and that guy were real close. He defended that guy for a long time, and then they basically broke up. That guy tried suing him, tried getting a TPO against him, called the police on him. And then this guy decided to stab everybody in the back. So we all kind of turned on him and we're like, what the fuck are you thinking? So now he's kind of crawled back to that guy and it's just being kind of nuts. He goes, I forgot who brought it up, but any port in a storm, any port that will give him attention, that's the port he's going to hit. And right now, I think, unfortunately, he's going to do this streaming thing, video games, for a few weeks, maybe. Realize nobody's watching him anymore. He's not getting any super chats, and he's going to come right back. That's unfortunately what I think is going to happen.
The thing that I think is important
Mm-hmm.
is it's very specific. And it's evidenced by Ryder's assumptions. I don't watch Christopher Ruff because he has beef with Ryder. I don't have animus towards anyone. None. So when somebody is like, oh, you're obviously doing this because you don't like me, I'm like, well, there's an example of why it's problematic. There's an example. You're jumping to conclusions.
Hold on.
The best for you.
Let me ask you this, man. If someone every single day went out on a boat and went fishing, and they're fishing every single day, and I say to that person when they come home and they're pulling in the ramp and they're getting ready to go to their house and get dinner, and I say to them, you know, you fish all the time. You must really love fishing. And they say, no, I despise fishing. Fishing is no good. And I say, well, do you do it for a living? And they say, no. And I say, you know, you don't have to go fishing. And they say, yes. And then I say, what are you going to do tomorrow? Go fishing. That's why it's an inference.
So, Chris, just to let you in on a little personal bit of information about me, I love hunting. I could hunt every day, and I love hunting. Talk about fishing. I absolutely hate fishing. Would I go fishing every single day? Absolutely. I fucking hate it. Would probably never catch a fish, but I would do it every single day. To get out in nature, sit there in quiet, I would do that every day. That's what Chris doesn't understand. That's why his shit falls apart immediately. People, do I like golf? Not particularly. Do I own golf clubs and go golfing? Yes. It gets me out of the house. It gets me doing something competitive. And it gets me peace and quiet. Again, don't particularly like it, but I would do it every day. Yeah, Chris is a moron. He's an absolute moron.
Because that's what you're doing. You are over there in that drama field, setting off mines, supporting, throwing money at them, doing it every day. So you tell me, man, do you like fishing or does fishing suck? Be honest.
Listen. It's not fishing. When I would
I use that as a metaphor.
Right, I know, I understand, and I'm responding to it as a metaphor.
Okay.
I perfectly understand what you're saying, and what I'm trying to convey to you is that the number of messages flipping out, reacting to me from Ruff, saying, why are you talking to that person? They did this, and I say, because this is what I do. This is how I feel about things. And he backs off.
Yeah, but you're in the boat.
You're in the boat.
Yeah, I'm literally not responding or engaging.
But you're in the boat, dude.
You're in the
You're
boat.
out there.
To be fair, it seems like Doc is maybe on the pier watching somebody else on a boat, which is what I'm doing in this situation. I'm standing on the pier going, man, that guy's a fucking idiot. That seems to be what Doc is doing. Doc is standing on a dock watching stupid.
Fishing, you're in the chat, man. You're participating. You're participating.
And I make fun of you for the things that have nothing to do with what other people engage in. I'm telling you right now.
I don't know, because everything you've said so far up here has been exactly what I've heard from all their side all the time. You ain't special. Wow. You're not coming up with nothing new.
They've articulated things as clearly and calmly and effectively and non-confrontational as I have. Wow, really?
Yeah, some have, sure. You know, you do realize that I was being attacked by tens of thousands of people at once.
Here we go. Chris, you were not being attacked by tens of thousands of people at once. You were being exposed by maybe 10 channels a few times in 4 years. This is the problem with people like Chris. They think being exposed or being corrected or being educated equates to being harassed or attacked. You saying, I never beat a woman, and somebody pulling the record showing that you do have a conviction for beating a woman, this is her name, this is the how far you had to stay away from her. That's not attacking you. That's just correcting the record. That's not harassment. That's not attacking. And no, there was not tens of thousands of people attacking you. Just throwing that out there.
No,
I don't
some were calm, some were irrational, a lot of them were threatening. Yeah, I've had all kinds. You're no different. You just fit right in that category, man. You're a fisherman.
Listen, I haven't threatened you except for if somebody comes after my.
You kind of did in the beginning. I
was equivocating. Let me respond. Yeah. I'm equivocating here because I'm very clear. If people try to entangle my enjoyment of this content on the internet, then with my professional life, I will absolutely
why wouldn't you
come after you?
Yeah,
I would. What? Exactly.
So why do you
You're
have
the one doing
why
what
do you
you're
have
doing.
why do you have a problem with me going after Ruff then? Or Secret Agent Scal or Billy Barthel or fuck any number of these fucking retards at this point that have personally come after my
family.
You said
he's going to attack people if his real life got involved in what he's really doing on real social media.
No, I didn't. I said, listen.
You said listen.
Any person who tries to harm your personal life.
Oh, like they do mine? Like you promoted them of doing the mine?
No, I didn't.
No. Okay. So I don't see you standing up for it. I don't see you,
even
being
directly gave you money. You, Ryder, you.
When?
When I was subscribed to your channel.
I don't remember it. And even if you did, so what? That's not even what I'm talking about.
Got him in a lie, guys. Got him in a lie. So when Doc gives Direct D money, they're best friends. It's a transactional relationship. But if he gives Chris money, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. I feel like Doc, maybe it's just a gigantic big brain doctor move, or if he's just doing it because Chris is an idiot, he's getting Chris to admit things or contradict himself without trying at all.
I'm saying if you're this person that's against people attacking people's real life, then why do you still go over there and encourage them when you know they've been doing it to me?
Well, let me answer this, Steve. I don't know that. And if I knew, so I know that Rabbit recorded your house.
It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about having severe effects on my career. I'm talking about making these total fucking fabricated claims.
Do you mean the bad reviews you were getting on your company before you were on YouTube? Those bad claims? Like, you know what would be very, very easy to help Chris's career? If he deleted YouTube. If I was hiring someone for a construction, a deck job, a landscaping job, and I saw them on YouTube, and it's like, oh, they have multiple convictions for beating women. Oh, they're currently sitting on almost 20 charges, a few of them being felonies. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking hire them. So the fact that he's like, they're attacking my career, it's like, you're doing the harm to your career. What are you talking about?
About pedophilia and like trying to destroy me socially in my own environment, calling people in my neighborhood, things like that. Like, what's up, man? Where you at? Threatening our kids' school.
Also, I've never seen anyone to this day threaten their kids' school. I've seen them claim this, but then point to a school that isn't a school. So it's kind of hard to harass your kids. Chris, you don't have any kids. It's hard to harass your kid's school when that place you're claiming is their school isn't a school. Also, you don't have any kids, Chris.
Chat
no, I will say this too. I used to have a lot of scrutiny of a lot of writers' claims before. I've been shown proof of a lot of the veracity of these claims. I believe them. So maybe not every little thing, but I do believe that there's a level of truth to what he's saying here. So I'll leave it at that. And for whatever that's worth to you, you know.
Well, specifically the thing I know of where there was claims of that, I attempted best I could to temper people the exact same way that I'm attempting to temper you guys. The only difference is
I think GJM is still here. I just think he's not commenting unless he has something to say or correct.
We're not doing that to people.
Hold on. Let me say this. The very first, you guys should recognize I'm on your channel before I've ever been on Ruff's. Never have I ever talked on Ruff's channel. No.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a career ender, wouldn't it?
I think we
self-preservation, maybe.
I think we lost him.
Oh man, that sucks. That was a good point to make.
Was it though?
I don't think it's.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep, we got you. I think your mic died or whatever, or your speaker.
Yeah, my headphones died, so I'm on the phone.
You still sound okay. You sound fine.
Bro. No, I attempted to temper people's expectations, or not expectations, but their views. The exact to temper yours.
Oh.
When the only thing I'm aware of, Ryder, and I need to get off here soon.
Okay.
But the only thing
Yeah, same actually. I'm actually going to head off now. Sorry to interrupt, but thanks for having me on, and I appreciate the civil discussion, Doctor.
Yeah, have a beautiful night, GJM.
Dude, why does it go?
And I think
10 goals.
I think you're Canadian.
Yeah, he is.
I am indeed.
I heard you.
Careful, he's trying to stick his finger in your butt. Tell you it's not gay. He's trying to get on. You're trying to get in your booty hole. Don't do it. Don't give him too much information.
No, I'm not. I just heard his accent, and as I mentioned, I focus a lot on linguistics, and I know how a Canadian speaks.
Mais je peux parler en français aussi, si tu veux.
He said, "Fuck your croissant." That's what I heard.
I thought he was in reverse.
It sounded like he was speaking in Newfie.
No, I am definitely not from Newfoundland. No.
Say it again. Say it again. What'd you say?
Mais je peux parler en français si tu veux.
Oh, okay. So he's from Quebec area.
Oui, monsieur. There you go. Bonus points for you. Anyway, have a good night, yo.
Have a beautiful
energy.
Actually, I can translate it. It was like this.
And I was in a very dark place at the time when I did what I did.
I was in a dark place. Yeah, that dark place was called Kentucky. When you decided to fuck your cousin.
To my knowledge, no cousins were actually fucked in the making of that video. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, I can speak French if you'd like. I didn't hear you say a boot one time, so you're good. You're good.
And I apologize for the interruption.
We'll have to make sure that Dr. Scrotum's still able to hear you whenever GJM leaves.
Okay, can you hear me, Doc?
I can hear you. Yes.
I'm kicking him right now. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so we know GGM was always the problem. Okay, good to know.
So the only thing I'm familiar with, Ryder, regarding that is having to do with the clothing incident with the stepdaughter, if you will. Like I don't know the circumstance, but I'm just stating that, and definitely I don't engage in those things, and
you're still in the boat though, and you're over there throwing your line. So why? If you know that because you've heard, look, here's part of your problem. You refuse to hear the details to things that are being accused when you're biased towards the other party. So
he literally said he does not participate in that and basically doesn't entertain it at all. So by him saying, well, you're still in the boat casting a line. No, he's standing on the pier watching. He's watching the shit show.
Here are the details. Let's not skip it this time. Tiffany's daughter came to visit her family at a function that I was at.
Mm-hmm.
She was carrying in her hand some tiny little shorts, and she told everyone in the house that her dad was going to allow her unsupervised at between 12 and 13 years old to go hang out at the square until 2 in the morning wearing those shorts.
And if I remember correctly, the father of that child and the stepmother of that child have come out and said, well, that's a fucking lie, Chris. So who do I believe more, them or Chris? Gonna have to believe them.
All of her family members said, no, you are not. And I said, nope, you're not. Because I don't know you, but I'm the outsider here. And I'm saying, as non-family member, as a non-party to this, it's inappropriate. I'm speaking as an adult, and that's it. So she threw a fit about it. And then her dad, William, the dude that goes to YouTube with lies, came out here and started making all these fake accusations about what actually happened.
Well,
so now how does that, hold on. Now how do you spin that into pedophilia?
Well, I don't know how they do, but I would just say it's, I'm a stepfather also. And I would say that it's not, I've never found it my place to speak on the topic.
Oh, really? So as a stepfather, a person who...
Yeah, O'Neill the Welshman. Todd, the guy whose channel it is, he fashions himself some sort of debate bro, even though he's not particularly adept at debating. He kind of just walks into a meat grinder and then comes out, reviews it for a few days, a week, tries to talk himself up again, and then tries to do it again. It's just, he's not very good at it, but for some reason, people are like, oh, he's like Andrew Wilson because he says some Andrew Wilson type things.
Takes responsibility for the upbringing of a child.
Absolutely.
With a partner. You find it not necessary to say something.
I think personally a career criminal should probably stay out of trying to have somebody have a good upbringing. Just saying.
When a child is going to put themselves in an absolutely dangerous position.
Listen, Todd, did you ever have to sit through the safety stand downs for SAPR? I don't know what they call it in the Army, but this sensual assault prevention and response.
Where you got to do well, when I was in Europe, it was like schmexual trafficking, all kinds of different warning signs and what to look out for.
We had to do SAPR training in the Navy.
Go ahead.
It was utterly shocking to me, the percentage of males in the room every single time who truly believed that it was justifiable for certain behaviors because of the way people were wearing. It was always a shocking percentage of people that would make those comments.
Whoa. Now, she wasn't wearing them, first of all. She planned on wearing them and being left unattended by any...
Oh my God, Chris, they're agreeing with you. They're agreeing with you. It's not all about Chris, guys. It's not all about Chris. Somebody in his chat, where is it? I think it might be a little further up, said, what is the bounty we have to do to get Chris off panel? Like, how much do we have to pay you, Todd, to get Chris off panel? Honestly, if Todd was to create a goal that said for $100, I'll kick Todd or I'll kick Chris off panel for the day, he would hit that almost immediately.
Supervisory out on the public square where the teenagers go cruising.
So I guess my question about why you're asking this question is, so you're saying that I don't know what kind of, like, you're saying it's because what she was wearing, she deserved it?
Well, I'm saying, like, if
I'm hearing Chris say kind of like the opposite of that. He's saying, like, I'm just saying, fuck as a stepfather, as just a decent stand by fuck.
Doc is saying, just because, I almost think he's agreeing with Chris that he can't believe how many people thinks XYZ behavior is acceptable. Good on Chris for not letting her go out. That's the way I'm taking it.
Fucking male in the world, when you see a woman or a young lady kind of like putting herself in danger like that, I don't know, man. I think if there's parents
I
around
don't
or
think it's
family
dangerous.
around, I'd probably keep my mouth shut, or maybe talk to somebody privately and say,
Well, they were doing all that. Everyone was getting on her in the
They were
family,
doing all
and
that.
I didn't. I stayed silent. And then she asked me my opinion.
I don't.
So I gave it to her.
In my opinion, I wouldn't have given my opinion.
Why? She's a kid, man. She was a little child. She was going to be left unattended on the square where the teenagers are looking for sex and wearing a tiny pair of shorts.
Just be kind of careful with your words. I've already had people threatening. I mean, I got
gotcha.
a message basically from Tiffany saying people are threatening to report my channel.
Understood. All right. So you wouldn't, as a grown up, as an adult, ask your opinion. You wouldn't give it a.
So this is the story that I heard as well. That Tiffany's father took offense, told him to leave and never come back. So like these two stories don't mesh well together. So which one's true? And it's one of those things where it's like, Chris, you've ruined your credibility to the point where anything you say, if there's an opposing story, you almost have to take the opposing story.
A proper opinion. She's already upset.
And as soon as Chris gets or Doc leaves panel, we're done. Hopefully that gets done in the next couple minutes here.
At everybody in her family. She needs to hear it from somebody else at that point, right? That's what she asked for. Confirmation that it's inappropriate.
You characterized
this whole thing's making me a little.
It's not worth.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Chris, but can we stop focusing on the kid? Let's just move on to something else. I understand that's.
Well, no, I would like it cleared up.
The kid that Chris has accused Todd of stalking. Let that sink in.
Like it cleared up with this man, because he needs to understand where he planted his boat at, where he's parking his boat, where he's casting his line. And I think that it's perfectly fine to talk about, because we are not talking about anything that is disgusting. What we're saying is,
I'm just asking. I'm not comfortable with talking about a young lady who's not here. Okay. I'm just saying, could we just avoid, talking about the kids? I mean,
good choice. Yeah, I think.
Well, we're talking about a subject in which already happened, and it's already been drugged all through YouTube.
Well, let's not.
But it's being drugged in a way. Hold on, it's being drugged in a way where it's being accusing of me of something absolutely horrific and disgusting. So
I'm not accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you of that.
Yeah, but you're in a boat with people that do and are right in front of you.
Both people on panel right now have accused me of being a pedophile because I invited kids to my kid's birthday. Let that sink in. But if you make a slight accusation about Chris, he wants to derail an entire conversation, take over an entire channel that isn't his to talk about it, even when the owner of the channel said, hey, can we please move on? Hey, can we please move on? That's why I dislike Chris.
Why don't you say something? If you believe
Todd
the way
is sweating.
you are promoting yourself right now, you're preserving yourself, by the way. If you are doing that right here, right now, then how come you don't stand up for the situation whenever you're in that boat with them and they're doing it?
Does your government speak for you, Todd?
No.
Or Chris? No.
No.
Okay, so then.
Well,
so then leave me the fuck out of it. Yeah.
You're the one parking your boat, man. You're the one fishing with that group.
You an American?
I imagine it would be dropping your anchor, not parking your boat. But
are you an American, Chris?
I mean, I guess so. So what is your point?
Do you want to stand for everything that your government does internationally? Have you ever traveled abroad?
What are you talking about? That's a way to spin it off the target, huh?
No, that's pretty accurate.
That's all you're doing.
You're saying I
asked you directly why you don't stand up. I ask you directly why you don't stand up to your own crowd when you're in it, and what they're doing is something absolutely disgusting and based on nothing more than a lie. And it's very damaging to a person's personal life. You're the one that's over here saying that you stand against that stuff. But when we point out where you were standing and you were sitting, you're laying down.
Don't ask Chris about that, because according to Chris, I'm fake. I'm stolen valor. I was never in the Navy. According to that crowd, I'm stolen valor, which is odd because my DD-214 is right there. Weird. Very weird. I actually like where Doc is going with this. Oh, well, it turns out I am subscribed to a bunch of channels. If somebody says, hey, this channel, you should go to this channel right now and see what they're talking about. And I go to that channel and they're talking about something even minorly boring to me, I just leave. I don't take a stand and say, this is boring or inappropriate. You must change your ways. Channel owners are going to do channel owner shit. I hate to say it. Channel owners are going to do whatever the fuck they want, no matter what the person in chat is saying. It sounds crazy, but I'm one of the bigger people that cover Chris at this point. And even then, I rarely watch other channels that cover Chris. But apparently, Chris wants me to just white knight for him in chat, even though he's actively called me way worse things than he's being accused of. It's weird.
Not only are you laying down, but you're casting money.
No, I stood up for you, and you're criticizing me for
How? How'd you stand up for me?
In this regard, by pointing out that, one, I don't think you're that kind of person, and you think that you were doing something good, and then at the same time, I'm telling you exactly why I don't think what you did was entirely smart.
Everybody wants Chris off panel.
So you
That's
have
everything.
to find a reason to criticize me whenever people are damaging for no reason. Why do you have to find a reason to criticize me with them?
Because, Chris, you almost shoot yourself in the foot. You shoot yourself in the foot every time you do anything. Oh, well, they're accusing me of this. So probably what you shouldn't do is get involved with one convicted sex offender and one person who's taking a plea deal to go on the sex offender registry after, I believe, diddling his own kid and their friend or something like that. That doesn't help your case. Again, Chris, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying the optics of that does make it look bad. Saying, hey, your support of D. Garrett when looking up Denorver Garrett Jr. on the internet will lead you to the sex offender registry. Probably not a good look for you.
Because I want you to do better.
Better than what?
What you're currently doing.
What am I doing?
What does better look like, Doc?
Yeah, what am I? No, hold on. What am I doing?
Oh, okay, so what you're doing is you're not recognizing that maybe that was a misstep. Maybe it wasn't the best thing for you to do, and you're just defending yourself without.
I would do it every single time. If I found out,
which is probably why you're not allowed around that kid. Just saying.
If I find out that a child is being neglected,
doesn't view that as the right.
If I find out that a child is being neglected in a way in which will put that child in danger, then I'm going to speak up. If you are going to criticize me for that, then you're the problem.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think you're.
All of a sudden, stop being able to. There we go.
Okay.
Probably for the best.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sounded like you were like across the room for a second there. Yeah, I think I'm.
Oh, geez. Hold on.
Yeah.
I hear you talking out of a headphone that is not in my ear. There we go.
Well, that's not good.
Somehow my headphone turned back on.
I'm gonna be. I'd kind of like to close it down here soon, unless.
Sure.
Is there law involved in any of this? Then, not really. No. Like I said, Chris has accused people of absolutely heinous things. Yet, if you criticize him in any way, you see it just right here. He tries to discredit you, calls you fake, wants to take your license away, wants to take your career away, talks about fucking your wife, talks about watching you fuck your wife. He's just a really emotional Sasquatch. One of the most emotional Sasquatches I've ever come across on the internet. It's just very strange, very strange. He wants to throw people in jail for feelings, but then the cops just keep going, that's dumb.
I would like to close it down too. But I want to point out, Chris, I'm not your enemy. I don't
you're
like
just my
what you're
biggest
doing.
critic for no reason, and you promote my enemy. So, as long as you find someone who's willing to be my enemy, you're going to be over there fluffing them up and putting a pillow under their ass. So you become yourself. You become a problem. Do you understand that?
That's nonsensical.
That's your opinion.
You can call it inference all you want. You can sit there and act like I don't have a reason, but I do. I have a reason. I'm going to always defend and protect my family.
You're defending and protecting your family against assumptions that you make because
I do believe
It's not an assumption.
I do believe that he believes he's protecting his family. I've seen it. I've heard it.
I do too.
I
think he
genuinely
believes it.
believe he believes he's protecting his family, and I think that should be applauded. Even if he might be in error on occasion.
I actually made this comment when I think Stone Vet was playing this earlier in yesterday, the day before, whatever. By Todd saying this, he's saying that we should be applauding every mentally ill person ranting and raving on the side of the road simply because they think they're right. Even if somebody's wrong, we should be applauding them because they think they're right. Cool. That's fucking weird, but okay. That's not logically, that doesn't make sense. If you're ranting and raving about, I got to protect my family, when nothing's really going on, I'm not going to applaud you for that. Not his family. He has no family. Well, none that acknowledge him. Yeah. O'Neill, the Welshman, just so you know that too, his family has disowned him because he's a piece of shit. So add that to the drama.
At least he's fucking stepping into the gap, unlike a lot of fucking men these days.
Here we go. Here we go.
You might not
I agree.
You might not like his methodology, but I mean, I've seen it. He believes what he's saying. He means what he's saying. And
I mean, I've done it. I do it. I practice it. I don't just say it. I practice it. I jump into these, you see it on a different scale in social media. I will jump into a chat full of 150 people who are all hating me, and I will hop in there and I will say, I will take each and every one of you on, but my goal.
Hey, Chris, where you at? Where you at? You're not blocked on my channel. Where you at? Chris does this thing in my community post occasionally. He'll come in, make a defamatory comment. He'll get dogpiled, and you know what he'll say in response? Nothing. He'll ghost the chat.
Is the person that's on the camera right now.
And I would say this to you, Chris. Like I'm definitely not your enemy.
No, but you support my enemy, which I've already made this clear. You fluff the pillow, you support, you give them money, you cheer them on. Therefore, by proxy, you put yourself in the negative position with me. That's your choice. Just like it's your choice to come on the internet and act a fucking fool, knowing what you do for a living, and put your career at risk. That's your choices.
Chris
You're the
his
one
career.
making bad decisions. You're the one with bad behavior.
Okay.
You're the one supporting the people that would make you exposed.
give him a chance to
problems.
respond. Give him a chance. You're shotgunning him.
Come at me, Ryder, if that's what you think, because you're wrong and you're wasting your time.
I don't have to come at you for you to damage yourself. All I have to do, I don't even have to point it out to you. I'm doing you a favor right now by telling you, right? All I have to do, and I've proven this multiple times too, I just laugh at you and I wait. That's all I got to do.
And you have how many followers?
Enough.
Womp womp.
Enough for...
I don't have any, you know what? I don't have any followers. I have a lot of support.
Incorrect. You had 70,000 subscribers, almost 80,000 subscribers. Something happened to your channel, whether you intentionally got it deleted to delete evidence, whether somebody else got it deleted. I haven't seen any evidence for that. They found you to be a liar. You started losing support when DirectD and what's that other guy, Auditing Erie County, were like, your story's not adding up to this evidence. so many people stopped supporting you that your 70,000 channel on the come up is now at 2,500. I'll go look real quick. I'll take a stroll down YouTube lane. What are we looking at the 4 public safety channel has 2,700 subscribers. I have a second channel that does nothing but body cams that I just started posting on again. Almost has the same amount of fucking subscribers. Let that sink in, Chris. Let that sink in.
Okay. Listen, I've offered you good advice.
Yeah, I don't need your advice. You can't give good advice. I witnessed your own situation. You need a shrink. It's not you are a shrink. You need a shrink. Why would I take advice from a loser?
Okay.
Why would I take advice from a person who thinks that someone like Christopher Ruff is honest? Why would I take advice from a person who cannot see what a genuine, true, healthy relationship looks like? Why would I take advice? Why would I take advice from a person who doesn't have impulse control of their own? Why would I take advice from a person who puts their own career at risk?
Have you heard these conversations?
Why would I take advice from a person who can't put 2 and 2 together because their bias outweighs their ability to think? Why would I take advice from a person? Why would I take advice from a person who's an egotistical maniac that has to pay people to be accepted into groups? You tell me, why would I take advice from you, man? You're just another internet dweeb who's going down the wrong path, and you're lucky I'm even talking to you.
Chris is pretending like he was like the popular kid in high school. I don't even know why I'm talking to you. I'm better than this. When in reality, he didn't graduate high school. So it's like, you even failed in high school. What do you mean? You're a career criminal. Most people, by all statistical accounting, would consider you a loser. But not Chris Ryder. He's got self-confidence out the ass for whatever reason. And the fact that he's trying to tell a doctor, oh, you're putting your career on the line, your life on the line by coming at me sideways. It's like, Chris, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Well,
I'm so lucky.
lucky.
I
will say this. I do, and this is for me, Chris. I'm gonna take some opportunity to regain my time, so to speak. You know, I'm like in Congress now. I believe the words that Dr. Scrolls has said to me tonight and over the last couple episodes, although I maybe perhaps took them as a threat, I've heard other people that I do know care about me very deeply say similar things. So I want to acknowledge that. And I think this is what's confusing me the most. Mimsy sees something in you that he's intrigued to have intellectual conversations with you. GJM, another person that I have a lot of respect for, also want to, thank you, Dr. Squirrels, I do appreciate that, is somebody that I respect, that also I do believe, although he can cut up with just as good as Chris Ryder can, who's fucking brutal sometimes. And my wife will just sit there and shake her head. She's like, man, I'll tell you, I'm not a big fan of his, but man, when he starts tearing into somebody, he can be really funny. And then Mimsy and myself, I've also had very good intellectual conversations with you. Now, I think Chris is in a different headspace with you. I think that's why there's this antithesis or this antithetical.
This is exactly what I'm saying. This is 100% accurate. He wouldn't even have to wait 2 years. If Chris Ryder today says, hey guys, I'm going to take a break from the internet. I'm going to plead guilty to my charges, get some probation, and move on with my life, I would never cover Chris again. If Chris said, you know what, I'm actually going to use my channel to cover this, and stopped doing what he's doing, stopped getting on panels like this and making an ass of himself, I would never cover Chris again. Like I said, Todd has moved on, or he claims to have moved on, and he's playing games. He's playing State of Decay 2, great game. Like I said, I believe he was playing Left 4 Dead 1 or 2 for today's stream. Good. I have nothing negative to say about that. Good. So if he got off the internet, waited 2 years, everybody would stop even thinking about Chris Ryder. People would be like, what was that guy that got stuck in the elevator? I forgot his name. That's how we would remember Chris Ryder. But he can't see that because he has to be involved in the drama. Chris has to be the victim. He has to make himself the victim.
Loggerheads between the two of you. And I think what Chris, again, I'm not going to speak for Chris, but from my observation, you gave me a little bit of unsolicited advice that I think other people that cared about me, that I do respect their advice, have echoed, and I'm repeating myself now. But I think if you would hear what Chris is saying, Chris and Direct D, respectfully, are kind of similar characters.
What does Chris say to this?
Strong-willed. They're kind of both, you're either for me, you're against me. And they both have been attacked pretty relentlessly by the opposition. I think we can all agree. And like GGM was saying about me, I'm having an experience of what it's like to be Chris Ryder too, because it's like fucking everywhere you look, you're like, who's stabbed me in the back now? I get it. But if maybe you guys could, shit, man, I lay down the animosity. If you could lay down the animosity a little bit towards each other and maybe listen to each other.
I do that for people that are in my life.
Personally, I think Chris should get a Lane Myers type deal where, hey, you plead guilty to a felony, a misdemeanor, whatever. We give you probation for X amount of years. Keep your victim's name out of your mouth until probation's over. Go live life. Go live life. If you want to go audit and do other things and carry on, by all means, go. Keep your victim's name out of your mouth. Take the probation, and we'll see you if we see you. I think if he went about talking to the prosecutors like that, like, hey, I'm looking to make a plea deal. I don't want any jail time. I'll take whatever probation, whatever conditions of that probation you'll give me. I just want to move on. I want to move on with my life. I'm pretty sure the prosecutor would be like, fuck, after 3 years, thank you. Like, we would gladly take you to court, but if you want to plead guilty right now, weight off of our shoulders. Yeah, do the normal probation shit, like get gainful employment, maybe take some drug tests, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like most people would take that and be like, oh, he's changing his ways.
Life, Todd.
Right, but so
this guy, this tweaker on the internet, man, is just a tweaker on the internet, dude.
And you've been
He's not in my life.
And you've been right before, where I've been wrong. You've warned me before that is true, and I've not listened or taken heed. But I mean, if you just want a blood sport with him, I mean, that's fine. He seems to enjoy it a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, let him eat it up, man.
All right, fair
I'll
enough.
feed it to him.
But
I don't care about this motherfucker, dude.
I guess what I want to say is, Dr. Scrolls, I actually do enjoy the intellectual conversations when I don't feel as though you're sticking your finger in my ass telling me that shit ain't gay, because it feels real fucking gay from where that finger is pointing.
He always says gay shit like that.
Said,
it's funny.
I do appreciate the conversations. These are the kind of, I believe what we're having is an intellectual conversation, and I don't know. I'm so tired. I'm kind of circling the drain on my mind right now. I do apologize.
It's almost 3 a.m.
I want you to have like the last word to say whatever you want to say. Uninterrupted, please, until he's saying goodnight and he's not rage quitting. Thank you for donating to the show. I do appreciate it.
Can I say something first then so that he's closing out?
It's not going to be like 5 minute time.
No.
Okay.
No.
Promise.
I'll give him.
Chris, I'm trying to go to bed, bro.
I have a hook. I can hook you right off the stage, but go ahead.
Right. Do you all know?
How about this? If Chris Ryder donates $50, then he.
I don't have it, Todd.
I know. I'm fucking
broke, dude.
All right.
Dr. Scrolls, do you know how I know you have mental issues?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Because I do. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Do you know how I know?
How do you know?
Because you have attached yourself to me as if it were personal. I don't know you. You don't know me. You don't know my family. All you know is what you've grasped onto from tweakers on the internet.
He was a fan of yours, Chris. He donated to your channel.
The fact that you were
What are you
so
talking about?
invested lets me know that you have a mental issue. That's what I know. So no, I don't care about you.
Dr. Chris
You're not
Ryder,
close to
everybody.
me. I find it
Dr. Chris Ryder.
scary, actually, that people like you are out here doing what you're doing. I think it actually is scary to me that
It seems like what Chris is doing right now, maybe I'm overstepping, but in my opinion, it seems like Chris is trying to set this doctor up for charges. Oh, I'm scared. I'm so scared of this doctor that doesn't live in the same state as me, who's talking to me politely. I think he's trying to set him up for something because we've seen this before from Chris.
that people have that mentality that have attached themselves to me and my family. I would prefer that people like you doing what you're doing didn't exist. That's what I think.
I rather like you and Tiffany.
I don't need you to like me to make it better. It's just that your emotional attachment is the issue. You don't know me.
I don't have an emotional attachment to you.
That you're saying you got to go one way or the other, right? That's what you're saying? When you say, well, I'd rather like you, well, that tells me that you don't know how to cure the issue. The issue is the fact that you're so emotionally attached, and it's not healthy.
It's very weird that you're saying what you're saying. It's just weird. Like I don't have any of those views. You are a liar, and I don't like it. And
what am I lying about?
Well, we don't have to go through it again and again.
Yeah,
and
but
again.
you say words, man, without being able to back them up. That's a problem.
Okay. It is because you've done things that you should account for.
Have I ever affected you or your family personally?
No, no. And so I don't care too much. That's why I just don't pay attention.
Have you ever seen me affect anyone else's family personally?
Yes.
Yes, Todd's.
In response, right? In response.
I don't
Make 'em fight. Make 'em
think
fight.
so. No, I think that you fabricated that as a response.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe you just don't know, but you do it. You are emotionally attached. You are very oddly emotionally attached.
Really?
To someone that you do.
This is what I was talking about, where Chris is fabricating a situation where he can portray himself as the victim. And I think Todd went to go do something, or Todd would have said something. Again, however much I dislike Todd for what he's done, he did not stalk anyone's kids. He just didn't. But Chris will, I believe to this day, has not taken that back. He's filed a knowingly false TPO. He's tried to file fucking bullshit, tried to sue him for no reason. Made up the whole thing.
Do not know. And it's weird, man. And you need to seek help.
You're so funny.
You shouldn't write books. You should have books written about you.
Hey, you should step back and relax, Ryder. You really should.
I'm not. Look, man, I'm cool as a cucumber right now.
Right now, right this second.
For once, I would say you're correct. You are.
I always am.
There's no way. Like, see, this is what I mean. You spiral out. You spiral out.
Spiraling.
You have in the past and cut me off 1,000,000 times.
Oh, I think it's going to be one of those things where if you try to file a bar complaint on an attorney that isn't your own and you didn't have to deal with, I think they're going to go, who the fuck is this? And then just disregard it. Just like when Chris tried to file a bar complaint against the DUI guy, because heaven forbid you correct a record. They're like, yeah, get this shit out of here.
That's literally what it means.
I'm doing it on purpose. I'm cutting you off because you're about to spew some bullshit, and I don't like wading around in bullshit.
It's the problem that you think that you know what I'm going to say, and then you don't get to hear what I'm saying to you.
I just want to do a big shout out to plug your ears, Chris. Are your ears plugged? Okay, you can't hear me. Dude, are your ears plugged, Chris? There you go. You got it now. Big shout out to JJ's hard drive fund. I missed the D for keeping MBK's data center funded. Just rocked out 14-hour workday between 8 hours and 20 minutes earlier today, and then another 5.5 today right here. So about a 14-hour work day. Hardest working podcaster on the internet. Big shout out to Dr. Scrolls for helping to support the show. I do appreciate it, genuinely, not throwing shade. Thank you to everyone that did donate. I think this is a meaningful conversation.
Okay, I'm done. I can no longer sit through whatever the fuck that was. I haven't put down a 4-hour live stream in fucking a year. I normally do 2 hours max on Booze and Body Cam and call it a day. I can't throw these down often because it's about to be midnight and I'm fucking tired. My pot of coffee I drank during the stream did not make a dent. But that's it. Go subscribe to my third channel. If anybody's here still, throw the link for the third channel in the chat. That's it. That's all I got. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I have a video to do on Rebel Studio 2. If you watched my last 2 videos on Rebel Studio 2, they were old arrest videos. This one is going to be going over his arrest record and the fact that he currently has a warrant. 5 a.m. Oh, my Lord. Go to bed. Go to bed. I used to be about that life, and when the baby comes, I'm probably going to be about that life again. But right now, I'm banking sleep. Ugh, all right. That's it. That's the stream. I'll see you guys when I see you guys, probably tomorrow at some point. I'm going to drop you guys off at Secret. Secret's still streaming. Have fun over there. Tell her I sent you. Okay, bye.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.